204. Of life, political organization, and potential or concrete contributions to revolutionary decolonization and national liberation. Against the generalizations of the Marxists and their Eurocentric historical materialism, Cabral emphasized the concrete conditions of the life of our people and the concrete reality of our history and our own country, which, as he painstakingly demonstrated in brief analysis of the social structure of Guinea, had its own distinct and extremely complex history and culture which, simply said, Marxism did not completely or adequately address. Once he came to this conclusion, and once he was able to convince many of his more Marxist-minded colonized African comrades to accept this essential presupposition, then, he emphasized that their struggle could only be correctly comprehended as a concrete attempt to provide solutions to the problems peculiar to their specific history, culture, and colonial condition. His critical theory was simultaneously descriptive and explorative of the concrete possibilities available to the racially colonized in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. It took the life worlds and lived experiences of the simultaneously racialized and colonized people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau as its theoretical and practical points of departure, not the so-called radical or revolutionary theories that were devised and developed to liberate non-racialized and non-colonized workers in European capitalist countries. From the foregoing analysis we can deduce several points of significance. First, and I feel as though I should say and, for the record, Cabral was not a Marxist, orthodox, or otherwise. In fact, as I have been arguing throughout this chapter, his theory and praxis seem to fall more in the realm of black radical politics and Africana critical social theory. Secondly, and as supported above by Cabral, 1983, Cabral's critical theory symbolizes a concrete philosophy, i.e., a materialist theory, insofar as it is not concerned with theories about, or inquiries into, abstract social or political questions. Cabral, the man of action, as Cabral put it, was unlike many other revolutionary leaders in that he was never a member of a Marxist or Communist party. 167. Finally, what is little known, and what Cabral brings to the fore in his analysis, is the fact that Cabral is first and foremost a nationalist. Nationalism, not communism, was his cause, by which I take Cabral to be speaking of Cabral's revolutionary nationalism, as his nationalism was not in any way xenophobic or jingoistic and constantly dovetailed with his revolutionary internationalism and his revolutionary humanism. 168. 16. 205. More than Marxism, Cabral's synthesis of African socialism, Marxist-Leninism, revolutionary nationalism, and revolutionary humanism. It is ironic to note the ways in which Cabral's critical theory is further distinguished from Marxist critical theory when we turn to his unapologetic embrace of a revolutionary form of African nationalism. For Cabral, nationalism was much more than patriotism, which essentially involves allegiance to symbols of the national past, such as a national flag, anthem, heroes, and language. However, for those who continue to lazily label Cabral a disciple of Marx, it is interesting to observe that most Marxists like Lenin, 1967, 1968, 1977, never fully accepted the principle of self-determination, i.e., nationalism, and, even more, Marxists like Rosa Luxemburg, 1970, 1971, 2004, rejected it altogether. Nationalism in colonial Africa was regularly coupled with Marxism, and both were seen as indispensable tools in efforts aimed at toppling imperialism. For instance, Kwame Nkrumah, 1962, 1964, 1965, 1970A, 1970B, 1973A, 1973b, stressed that any form of socialism in Africa must directly relate to African struggles against racial colonialism. Echoing Nkrumah, see Kauturi, 1959, 1972, 1973, 1974, 1976, 1977, 1979, insisted that it was nationalism that enabled Marxism to be Africanized to meet the demands of anti-imperialist struggles in Africa. Both of these leaders utilized both nationalism and Marxism to win national independence. However, because Nkrumah and Touré gained power through constitutional referenda as opposed to revolutionary wars of national liberation, their respective post-independence nation-states did not have strong revolutionary cultures, a key characteristic of Cabral's critical theory. In fact, in Nkrumah's Ghana, Touré's Guinea, and we could include Modibo Keita's Mali, the workers and peasants were not an integral part of the leadership cadre, rather it was the petite bourgeoisie and the ruling class of the peasantry, including traditional chiefs and religious leaders, who wielded post-independence political power, see Keaton 1965. History has repeatedly shown that the petite bourgeoisie and the ruling class of the peasantry are virtually incapable of carrying out an authentic democratic socialist revolution within the African context. Nkrumah, Touré, and Keita each unsuccessfully attempted to build revolutionary classes in the 1960s through one-party states aimed at steering their countries towards socialism. But, by then it would seem alia iacta est, which is to say, the die had been cast. Even within the world of African socialism, Cabral's critical theory is distinguished in light of the fact that it was not only concerned with the war of national liberation, but also the question of what is to be done. To borrow Lenin's apt query, after independence, see Lenin 1973. 206. Cabral's answer to the question of what is to done, after national liberation sets his conception of African socialism, if not national liberation, apart from his anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist contemporaries. In response to the query, he sternly stated, "Our problem is to see who is capable of taking control of the state apparatus when the colonial power is destroyed." Then, returning to his emphasis on historical and cultural specificity in revolutionary theory and praxis in the African context, Cabral, 1969b, continued, "The working class hardly exists as a defined class, it is just an embryo." 56. Furthermore, here is no economically viable bourgeoisie because imperialism prevented it from being created. 57, emphasis in original. Clearly, then, much of Marx's theory of class struggle and revolution simply did not speak directly to anti-colonial and anti-imperial struggles in Africa, because centuries of colonialism and imperialism had either destroyed or deformed indigenous class formations and class struggles. Therefore, Marx's class-based theory of revolution had only limited applicability in the anti-colonial African world unless, of course, indigenous alternative classes, or something akin to classes, could be identified to lead and carry out national liberation and establish a new, authentically post-colonial nation-state. According to Cabral, most often the only stratum capable of controlling or even utilizing the instruments which the colonial state used against our people is the racially colonized petite bourgeoisie. Hence, he logically came to the conclusion that in colonial conditions it is the petite bourgeoisie which is the inheritor of state power, although he candidly quipped, "I wish we could be wrong." 57. Then, bearing in mind his critical theory of class deformation in the African, neo-colonialist context as opposed to class formation in the European capitalist context, Cabral contended, "The moment national liberation comes and the petite bourgeoisie takes power, we enter, or, rather, return to history and, perhaps discursively demonstrating Marxism's relevance during the post-independence semi-colonialist/semi-capitalist period, thus the internal contradictions break out again." 57. Whether one believes that there were classes in pre-colonial Africa or not, in so many words Cabral's critical theory maintains that, like it or not, post-independence and neo-colonial Africa, being in many senses semi-colonialist/semi-capitalist, indeed does have, however inchoate, classes, although not necessarily classes that rudely resemble classes in the European capitalist context. 17. Most African leaders who emerged in the post-World War II period sought to develop distinctly African forms of both nationalism and socialism, and in this regard Cabral was very much a man of his times. 18. However, Cabral's critical theory distinguishes between reformist nationalism and revolutionary nationalism. The first wave of African leaders to come on the scene in the post-war period included notable leaders such as Julius Nyerere and Leopold Senghor, whose brand of African socialism was based 207 on traditional African culture. Nkrumah and Ture also based elements of their version of African socialism on traditional, pre-colonial African culture. All of these leaders understood African socialism to be grounded in egalitarian pre-colonial social practices, communal land ownership, and networks of reciprocal social obligations. Several critics have noted that the major weakness of this wave of African socialism primarily revolved around these leaders' use of socialism for nationalism, modernization, and industrialization. 19 By either rejecting or downplaying what would otherwise be called class struggle in pre-colonial African societies, the initial articulations of African socialism were prone to racial romanticism and nationalist nostalgia. It is probable that for pragmatic reasons no concerted effort was made to rupture the new nation's relationship with the political economy of the past, which is to say, the complete domination of the nation-state's political economy in the interest of European and American imperialism. Hence, the post-independence economy remained mixed, public and private investments were identified to fulfill assigned socialist goals. The governments were supposed to encourage the voluntary association in cooperative societies of farmers and those engaged in small-scale manufacturing and service industries. In Ujamaa, Essays on Socialism, 1970, Julius Nyerere went so far as to declare, "Socialism cannot be imposed upon people, they can be guided, they can be led. But ultimately they must be involved. If the people are not involved in public ownership, and cannot control the policies followed, the public ownership can lead to fascism, not socialism. If the people are not sovereign, then they can suffer under dreadful tyranny imposed in their name. If the people are not honestly served by those to whom they have entrusted responsibility, then corruption can negate all their efforts and make them abandon their socialist ideas. The involvement of the people is vital, for socialism is nothing if it is not of the people." 89, see also Nyerere 1966, 1968, 1969, 1973, 1974, 1978. As a rule, many of the starry-eyed African socialists rejected the view that perpetual class revolution was essential to building socialism in Africa, consequently rejecting the idea of class struggle in post-independence African society. Conspicuously absent from post-independence African socialist development plans was a strategy to constantly create committed revolutionaries within the various classes to prevent the racially colonized national bourgeoisie from overturning the revolution and, in essence, instead of incessantly decolonizing, recolonizing the new nation-state after national liberation. As articulated by the leading African socialists, the economic strategy was to welcome indigenous landowners, businessmen, investors, and politicians as proxies of international capital. But, quite logically, members of this class more often than not did not feel compelled to aid the revolution, considering the fact that doing so would mean committing the very class suicide that Cabral critically theorized. Typically, African socialists made little or no 208 effort to create reliable revolutionary vanguard allies in all social classes, allies which would in turn help create a post-independence revolutionary culture and perpetuate democratic socialist transformation in all sectors of society, a la Cabral's critical theory. In rejecting class conflicts in post-independence African societies, whether they were initiated in pre-colonial or colonial Africa, many of the African socialist leaders failed to achieve successful democratic socialist transformation of their respective societies. A later generation of African socialist leaders emerging from what was then called Portuguese Africa, i.e., Agostinho Neto from Angola, Eduardo Mondlane from Mozambique, and Amilcar Cabral from Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, found the initial articulations of African socialism particularly inadequate in their efforts to combat Portuguese colonialism for a number of reasons. First, prolonged Portuguese intransigence forced Angola, Mozambique, Cape Verde, and Guinea-Bissau to wage armed struggle to free themselves from colonialism. Second, the Lusophone African leaders were particularly bothered by the first wave of African socialists' dismissal of, or softness surrounding class antagonisms in Africa. Even though class struggle did not play itself out in Africa in exactly the same way that it did in Europe, from the Lusophone African leaders' optic, it was undeniable that there was something akin to class struggle in African societies pre-colonial, colonial, neo-colonial, and post-colonial African societies. Agostinho Neto may have captured Mondlane, Cabral, and his own criticisms of the initial articulations of African socialism best when he unapologetically asserted, the so-called African socialism doesn't take into account the universal character of the evolution of mankind. It does not take into account the presence of social classes with opposing interests nor the implications of this. He continued, the so-called African socialism is based on a distorted concept of reality. Nyerere, Senghor, Nkrumah, Turi, and Keita's collective articulations of African socialism simply did not provide the kind of insurgent anti-colonialist, anti-capitalist, and anti-imperialist ideology that Cabral and his comrades believed they needed to combat Portuguese colonialism and other forms of imperialism wreaking havoc in Portuguese Africa. Because they entered the anti-colonial fray slightly after the initial articulations of African socialism, Cabral, Mondlane, and Neto inherited a wealth of radical theories and praxis from the African countries fighting against colonialism, neocolonialism, and imperialism, which ultimately enabled them to adapt what was then called scientific socialism to the emerging African situation. 20 Although often overlooked, Cabral, Mondlane, and Neto were all fellow students in Lisbon in the late 1940s and early 1950s. In fact, Cabral, Neto, and Mario de Andrade all lived in Lisbon's Casa dos Estudantes do Império, Portuguese for Home of the Students of the Empire. 209. Together, where they reportedly re-Africanized and politicized themselves. Systematically studying African history, culture, languages, and socialism, the latter as a consequence of the popularity of African socialism in the 1940s and 1950s, eventually Cabral and his comrades embraced elements of Marxist-Leninist ideology. Throughout their political lives, these leaders borrowed ideas from and supported each other, as apparent by their collective leadership of the Conferencia das Organizações Nacionalistas das Colônias Portuguesas, CONP, Portuguese for Conference of Nationalist Organizations of the Portuguese Colonies. However, with all due respect to Mondlane and Neto, as Ted Kofi, 1981, contended, it was Cabral who charted a new ideological path, extending the work of Marx and Lenin, to suit African realities. Cabral was the leading political theorist of the Lusophone leaders, until his assassination in 1973, 856. Kofi importantly continued. It was Cabral more than Nkrumah or Turi or any other African leader who concretized African realities into the framework of Marxist-Leninism. Cabral developed not only the theory and tactics of wars of liberation from colonial rule, but also was the one who looked beyond the seizure of power. Other contemporary revolutionaries like Fanon, Debré, and Guevara were concerned about the need to build on the mass peasant consciousness of discontent and hostility to the colonizer but did not look beyond the seizure of power. The African revolutionaries like Turi, Nkrumah, and Keita who came to power via constitutional referenda did not have the time to develop versions of scientific socialism from African realities although they possessed all the rudiments of Hegel's dialectic, Marx's historical materialism, and Lenin's notions of imperialism. 856, see also Dieng 1978, Moreira 1989, Van Eeuwen 1979. For Cabral, much of what was passing for African socialism in the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s was actually reformist nationalism and bourgeois socialism, an oxymoron if ever there was one. His critical theory brought a revolutionary aspect to both African socialism and African nationalism in light of the fact that it grew out of not simply European influences such as Hegel's dialectic, Marx's historical materialism, and Lenin's notions of imperialism but, perhaps more importantly, a deep historical and cultural grounding in what I have termed Africana critical theory and African national liberation struggles, class struggles, and political economy. In Cabral's 1970 critical theory, building on Fanon's discourse on revolutionary decolonization, the armed struggle for liberation, launched in response to the colonialist oppressor, turns out to be a painful but efficient instrument for developing the cultural level of both the leadership strata in the liberation movement and the various social groups who participate in the struggle. 15. In other words, the national liberation struggle provides the nation with some essential prerequisites for the transition from colonialism to decolonial. 210. Democratic socialism. The hard-won revolutionary culture is typically high at the moment of independence, but this must be maintained and constantly raised in the transitional period if authentic decolonization and democratic socialism are to be attained. One of the bridges Cabral identified to aid the transition from colonialism to decolonial democratic socialism was revolutionary nationalism. Revolutionary nationalism is fundamentally grounded in the history, culture and, most especially, the revolutionary anti-imperialist praxis of the struggling people. It is emblematic of their deep desire to free themselves from external and internal domination and understands the new thought and practices that emerge in the heat of their battles against imperialism to be a history-making act of culture and nation-building. Which is to say, national liberation and the new nation-state, as well as the new cultural thought and practices it spawns, are emblematic of a new phase of the national revolution. To have long-term success, the national liberation struggle must morph into the struggle against neocolonialism and for decolonial democratic socialism. One of the best examples of Cabral's 1965 revolutionary nationalism is revealed in his opening address to the Conference of Nationalist Organizations of the Portuguese Colonies, CONP, held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania in 1965, where he declared, "In Africa we are all for the complete liberation of the African continent from the colonial yoke, for we know that colonialism is an instrument of imperialism. So we want to see all manifestations of imperialism totally wiped out on the soil of Africa. In the CONP we are fiercely opposed to neocolonialism, whatever its form. Our struggle is not only against Portuguese colonialism. In the framework of our struggle we want to make the most effective contribution possible to the complete elimination of foreign domination on our continent." 47. Here, it must be observed that Cabral's revolutionary nationalism is tempered by an implicit and inevitable, considering his personal disposition, revolutionary humanism, a humanism that neither starts nor stops with skin color, culture, country, or continent, a humanism that unequivocally challenges what Sartre, 1968, termed the racist humanism of Europe, since the European has only been able to become man through creating slaves and monsters. 26, see also Champigny 1972, Gordon 1995a. 21. Cabral's political views and values were based on ethical and moral principles, not biology, i.e., without any regard whatsoever to race and/or ethnicity. This is precisely why Luis Cabral, Amilcar's biological brother and comrade in the Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean anti-imperialist struggle, stated that he, Amilcar Cabral, was opposed to, and driven to action against, colonial domination, and particularly Portuguese colonial domination, not only because he considered himself an African, but because of what he understood to be the 211 demands of justice, see Cabral 1983, 168. In this sense, then, it is easy to understand why Cabral, 1965a, would assert, "In Africa, we are for an African policy which seeks to defend, first and foremost, the interests of African peoples of each African country, but also for a policy which does not, at any time, forget the interests of the world, of all humanity. We are for a policy of peace in Africa and of fraternal collaboration with all the peoples of the world. We consider ourselves to be deeply committed to our people and committed to every just cause in the world. We see ourselves as part of a vast front of struggle for the good of humanity. We in the CONP are fiercely in solidarity with every just cause. 48. For those who would quickly label Cabral just another starry-eyed utopian African socialist, he went further to identify exactly which just causes he and the member movements of the CONP, which is to say, the PAG, Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola, Partido do Trabalho MPLA, Frente de Libertação de Moçambique Frelimo, and Movimento de Libertação de São Tomé e Príncipe / Partido Social Democrata MLSTP / PSD, stand in solidarity with. In so doing he, also, demonstrates his revolutionary internationalism. This is an important move on his part, as it concretizes his revolutionary humanism, enabling others to see precisely what is meant by real humanism, as opposed to racist humanism, as Sartre said. Cabral, 1965b, compassionately continued. That is why our hearts, in Frelimo, in MPLA, in the PAG, in the MLSTP, in all the mass organizations affiliated to the CONP, beat in unison with the hearts of our brothers in Vietnam who are giving us a shining example by facing the most shameful and unjustifiable aggression of the US imperialists against the peaceful people of Vietnam. Our hearts are equally with our brothers in the Congo who, in the bush of that vast and rich African country, are seeking to resolve their problems in the face of imperialist aggression and of the maneuvers of imperialism through their puppets. Our hearts are also with our brothers in Cuba, who have shown that even when surrounded by the sea, a people is capable of taking up arms and successfully defending its fundamental interests and of deciding its own destiny. We are with the blacks of North America, we are with them in the streets of Los Angeles, and when they are deprived of all possibility of life, we suffer with them. We are with the refugees, the martyrized refugees of Palestine, who have been tricked and driven from their own homeland by the maneuvers of imperialism. We are on the side of the Palestinian refugees and we support wholeheartedly all that the sons of Palestine are doing to liberate their country, and we fully support the Arab and African countries in general in helping the Palestinian people to recover their dignity, their independence, and the right to live. We are also with the peoples of Southern Arabia, of so-called French Somaliland, of so-called Spanish Guinea, and we are also most seriously and painfully with our brothers in South Africa who are facing the most barbarous racial discrimination. 4-5. 212. Here is Cabral's revolutionary humanism, as well as his revolutionary internationalism, in bold relief. For those who would hurriedly huddle him into this or that ideological camp, it would be prudent to bear in mind the fact that Cabral said what he said, and did what he did, with a critical self-reflexive understanding of himself and the African anti-imperialist struggle as part of a vast front of struggle for the good of humanity. Cabral was keenly concerned about, and felt deeply connected and committed to revolutionary humanist ideals. It was concrete conditions, concrete reality, and actually existing, suffering human beings, much more than ideas and abstract philosophies, that stirred and deeply moved Cabral and his comrades to action. With regard to his supposed Marxism, it must be said that when and where socialism and or communism did attract Amilcar Cabral, it did so not because of its theoretical, historical, and or cultural connections with Karl Marx, or any other Marxist theorist or specific school of Marxist thought, but because it promised to improve the quality and concrete conditions of human life, and especially continental and diasporan African life worlds and lived experiences. For Cabral, as it was for Césaire and Fanon, Marxism was engaged as more of a methodology than an ideology. Cabral aspired to radically transform material, actually existing, concrete conditions, and for that reason Marxism offered him one of the most dialectically sophisticated theories of social and material transformation. With regard to the materialist aspects of Marxism, and specifically the Frankfurt school of Marxist thought, perhaps few have captured this conception better than Horkheimer, 1972, in his essay, Metaphysics and Materialism, and especially when he wrote, "The theoretical activity of humans, like the practical, is not the independent knowledge of a fixed object, but a product of ever-changing reality." 29. The problem, Cabral would contend, is not one of an ever-changing reality indeed, that is understood and to be expected, but, of external imperialist forces and internal enemies prompting and promoting change, in racially colonized peoples' reality in relation to imperialist interests. Cabral and Horkheimer are, to a certain extent, at loggerheads, but perhaps not on all accounts, as we shall see. A materialist social theory, particularly the kind that Cabral and Horkheimer subscribed to, understands that as historical and cultural conditions change, concepts and theories, perhaps even the very nature of conceptual generation and the sites and sources of radical and revolutionary knowledge production, must also change. Thus, materialist social theory, prefiguring postmodernism, among other contemporary discourse, understood as far back as Karl Marx and W.E.B. Du Bois, that there is no single, stable foundation for absolutist metaphysical views. Cabral, in particular, understood that concepts and theories are not organs of absolute knowledge, but merely instruments for achieving certain goals, which are to be developed. 213. And modified constantly in the course of lived experience and life struggles. This is, of course, why he correctly stated, we cannot, from our experience, claim that Marxist-Leninism must be modified. That would be presumptuous. What we must do is to modify, to radically transform, the political, economic, social and cultural conditions of our people. We have to create and develop in our particular situation the solution for our country. Cabral 1971, 22. When and where Cabral discerned Marxist theory to be applicable to his specific African, read also, human, situation, he employed it. When and where he understood it to be inapplicable or irrelevant, he augmented, amended, or as in many cases abandoned it, much as he, similar to Du Bois, believed outdated social scientific theories should be dispensed with. Cabral's, 1972 point of departure was ever his particular situation, but he never lost sight of the fact that his particular situation was only one aspect of the general struggle of the oppressed peoples of the world against imperialism, and of human beings' struggle for dignity, freedom, and progress. 40-41. Marxist-Leninism, for Cabral, was merely a methodology, and many, critically misunderstanding this crucial point, have attempted to convert it into Cabral's ideology. Truth be told, Cabral was more committed to a cause than to any ideology, which is one of the reasons his thought and practices are touchstones within the world of Africana critical theory. Many may have misinterpreted Cabral's materialism for a form of Marxism, or Marxist-Leninism, but it should be made known that Cabral, 1971, unrepentantly remarked at a meeting in London in 1971. People here in Europe are very preoccupied with questions: are you, or are you not a Marxist? Are you a Marxist-Leninist? Just ask me, please, whether we are doing well in the field. Are we really liberating our people, the human beings in our country, from all forms of oppression? Ask me simply this and draw your own conclusions. Marx, when he created Marxism, was not a member of a tribal reed, underdeveloped, racially colonized African society. I think there's no necessity for us to be more Marxist than Marx or more Leninist than Lenin in the application of their theories. 22, 46, 22. We may conclude, then, that Amilcar Cabral, 1979, was not a Marxist or a Marxist-Leninist, but an African revolutionary who devoted his entire adult life to putting an end to all injustices, miseries, and suffering. 77. As an African materialist, not a Marxist, Cabral understood that each struggling society and civilization must develop, purifying itself through the furious flames of trial and error, its own solution, to its own epical issues, and in that respect, as Fanon, 1967, 104, said of the discoveries of Freud, the insights and experiences of Marx, Lenin, Mao, Min, Guevara, Castro, and their disciples in many instances are of no use to us here. Why? Because 214. Cabral, 1979, knew that on the political level, however fine and attractive the reality of others may be, we can only truly transform our own reality, on the basis of detailed knowledge of it and our own efforts and sacrifices. 122. It is in this sense, then, that Cabral contended that a very important aspect of a national liberation struggle is that those who lead the struggle must never confuse what they have in their heads with reality. 45. On this point, Cabral and Horkheimer, as materialists as opposed to merely Marxists, conceptually connect. Echoing Cabral, Horkheimer, 1972, maintained, materialism, unlike idealism, always understands thinking to be the thinking of particular men and women within a particular period of time. It challenges every claim to the autonomy of thought. 32. Further moving his thought away from the conventional categories and conceptual confines of traditional Marxism, Cabral's critical theory is additionally distinguished by its tripartite emphasis on national history, national culture, and national liberation in the African anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist context. In many ways equally contributing to both Africana critical theory and Marxist critical theory, Cabral's critical theory of national history, national culture, and national liberation discursively demonstrates not only the theories and praxis produced during the national liberation process, but also the importance of building on those theories and praxis during the post-independence period. As Kofi contended above, Fanon, Debré, and Guevara were concerned about the need to build on the mass peasant consciousness of discontent and hostility to the colonizer, but did not look beyond the seizure of power. In all intellectual honesty, then, it needs to be solemnly said yet strongly stressed that it was Amilcar Cabral, and Amilcar Cabral alone amongst the luminary anti-imperialist leaders of the 1960s and 1970s, who looked beyond the seizure of power and developed a critical theory of decolonial democratic socialist post-independence governance. In order to really understand Cabral's innovations within, and contributions to both the Africana and Marxist traditions of critical theory, his critical theory of Marxism, nationalism, and humanism, as well as his critical theory of colonialism, neocolonialism, and imperialism, must all be conceptually connected to, and placed in discursive dialogue with his critical theory of national history, national culture, and national liberation. Consequently, and bearing all of the foregoing in mind, the next chapter will be devoted to Cabral's critical theory of national history, national culture, and national liberation. Chapter 5. Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation. Introduction, segue into Sankofa. The overarching aim of Cabral's respective critical theories is national liberation. Whether we turn to his critical theories of colonialism, neocolonialism, and imperialism, or his critical theories of Marxism, nationalism, and humanism, undoubtedly Cabral's primary preoccupation is national liberation. However, it should be stressed, Cabral made a critical distinction between national independence and national liberation. The former, on the one hand, entails the transfer of political power from the colonizer to the colonized without any substantial structural, or superstructural, changes in the newly independent nation-state. The latter, on the other hand, essentially involves the complete destruction of the colonial apparatus, most often by way of armed struggle and a systematic program of authentic decolonization and re-Africanization, which ultimately leads to the emergence of a new type of human being and nation-state whose powers are totally mobilized for the ongoing struggle against new forms of colonialism and imperialism, and the reintroduction of the colonized, in this instance the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, into history. Cabral's distinction between national independence and national liberation is key to understanding his staunch emphasis on, and critical theory of national liberation. Much more than nominal independence, Cabral's conception of national liberation was predicated on a cluster of four related coordinates, which when taken together constitute the matrix of his critical theory of national liberation. The four coordinates are, 1. Rescued and reclaimed history, 2. The importance of culture, 3. Embryonic African class structure, and 4. The ongoing struggle against Colonialism and Neo-Imperialism. 219. 220. Since Cabral's conception of class and class struggle in the colonial context, as well as his critical theory of neo-colonialism and neo-imperialism were taken up in the previous chapters, there is no need to rehearse them here. In this chapter I will interpret and explicate Cabral's critical theory of national liberation and its connections to his conceptions of national history and national culture. I will focus specifically on two of Cabral's more sophisticated and systematic essays in order to reconstruct his critical theory of national liberation and culture and identity and dignity in the context of the national liberation struggle. Marx's 19th century Europe and Cabral's 20th century Africa, Cabral's critical theory of history. At the heart of Cabral's distinction between national independence and national liberation is the contention that colonialism usurped the productive forces, which is to say, the process of development of the colonized. Consequently, according to Cabral, the principal characteristic of colonialism, which is a form of imperialist domination, is the negation of the historical process of the colonized. National liberation, he declared, rests in the inalienable right of every people to have their own history, Cabral 1970d. 5. Not only do the wretched of the earth have a right to their own history, they also have a right to rescue and reclaim their interrupted or lost or stolen history, as well as a right to reinsert themselves back onto the stage of modern history. In Cabral's critical theory of national liberation is more than merely the right to self-determination or national independence. It is also unambiguously national revolution. Which is to say, it entails more than a fancy dress parade and the blare of the trumpets. It involves more than a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom an undivided mass, still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time, as Fanon famously put it in The Wretched of the Earth. Real national liberation is nothing other than national revolution, and national revolution profoundly changes, fundamentally alters the colonized, or neo-colonized, mode of production. Hence, Cabral's critical theory of national liberation emphasizes that it is only when the mode of production is controlled by the colonized that they can avoid the sad position of being peoples without history, Cabral 1966b. 6. Cabral believed culture to be a fundamental, determining, and defining aspect of a people's history. He stated, whatever may be the ideological or idealistic characteristics of cultural expression, culture is an essential element of the history of a people, Cabral 1970d. 4. In fact, for Cabral, history and Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation 221. Culture are inextricable because history, on the one hand, allows us to know the nature and extent of the imbalances and the conflicts, economic, political, and social, that characterize the evolution of a society. 4. Culture, on the other hand, plunges its roots into the physical material reality of the environmental humus in which it develops, and it reflects the organic nature of the society, which may be more or less influenced by external factors. 4. One culture, also, enables human groups to engage the dynamic syntheses which have been developed and established by social conscience to resolve these conflicts at each stage of its evolution, in the search for survival and progress. 4. It is in this special sense, then, that Cabral contended, to speak about this, i.e., national liberation is to speak of history, but it is likewise to speak of culture. 5. Hence, national liberation is simultaneously an act of culture. 4, and an act of historical reclamation and reconstruction, a return to the source, that is to say, a return to our own cultural personality. 6, and reality, read, history, in the service of progress. 11. Unlike Nyerere, Nkrumah, Turi, Marx, Lenin, Mao, Guevara, and the other revolutionaries whose ideas are frequently exported into national liberation struggles in the African context, Cabral quite simply did not transpose enough of his critical theory of history into the written word for us to be able to construct a detailed analysis based on primary sources. However, there is more than enough scattered material for us to make intelligent inferences. Although with this approach we will need to carefully wade through the plethora of commentary on Cabral's conception of history. At first issue is his emphasis on the dire need for the colonized to rescue and reclaim their history, by which, as was intimated above, he meant Cape Verdeans and Bissau Guineans' reclamation of their right to the process, of development of their national productive forces. Only after Cape Verdeans and Bissau Guineans regained control of their national productive forces can genuine national liberation, as opposed to merely nominal independence, be achieved according to Cabral's critical theory. Cabral was quite clear, Cape Verdeans and Bissau Guineans, not Portugal or some other foreign power, must be in complete control of the national productive forces in order for the said forces to be free to evolve within their own historical process. Logically, then, he believed that the overdependence on external aid would weaken, if not ultimately destroy, the raison d'etre of the national liberation struggle. It would rob my people of their one chance of achieving a historical meaning for themselves, of reasserting their own history or recapturing their own identity, he passionately asserted, Cabral cited in Gligeses 2002, 196. Because Cabral's critical theory of national liberation was deeply grounded in the historical and cultural realities of Cape Verdeans and Bissau. 222. Guineans, he consistently stressed the difficulties interior to their particular struggle, and not, as it seems is so often the case with Third World or underdeveloped people's struggles, especially in Africa, the challenges faced by 19th and early 20th century European or European American workers free-floating in, and emerging from the theories and praxis of Eurocentric Marxists and Marxist-Leninists. As Mary Inez Hubbard, 1973, observed in Culture and History in a Revolutionary Context, approaches to Amilcar Cabral, in assessing Cabral's approach, it is important to note that he was not so dogmatic as to interpret Marx's ideas in a strictly Eurocentric way. 70. As a consequence, Cabral's interpretation of industry and commerce varies from the common 19th century versions embraced by most Marxist-Leninists. Cabral's conception of history also differs from that of orthodox Marxists in that he challenges the key Marxist contention that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, à la the opening line of the Communist Manifesto. As discussed in the previous chapter, Cabral critically questioned this contention. He audaciously asked, does history begin only from the moment of the launching of the phenomenon of class and, consequently, of class struggle? He, then, asserted, to reply in the affirmative would be to place outside of history the whole period of life of human groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. If one accepts the premise that history, indeed, does begin with the phenomenon of class and, consequently, of class struggle, then, logically the various human groups in Africa, Asia, and Latin America were living without history or outside history at the moment when they were subjected to the yoke of imperialism. Cabral obviously understood the importance of class and class struggle in the colonial and capitalist contexts, but he refused to reduce all human history to Eurocentric conceptions of class and class conflict. He, therefore, had a dialectical relationship with Marxism and other European theories of revolution. Hubbard, 1973, went so far to say that it should be emphasized that although Cabral was acquainted with European philosophies and theories which can be an aid for analyzing the African situation and suggesting possible tactics, he saw them as only aids and not prescriptions. 71. Furthermore, the specific conditions and groups present in Marx's 19th century Europe quite simply were not present in Cabral's 20th century Africa, specifically in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, and even though this may seem quite obvious, African history in the 20th century is haunted by the many mistakes made by leaders of liberation movements who lost sight of this simple yet extremely significant fact. At its heart, Cabral's critical theory of history strongly stresses the importance of theories and praxis that emerge from, and are aimed at African history, culture, and struggles. This is a major move forward within, and a significant contribution to critical theory because without in any way denying Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation 223. The utility of certain aspects of Marxism in analyzing African history, culture, and struggles, Cabral advanced an alternative, Africana critical theoretical method that, 1. Stresses that historical and cultural comprehension of pre-colonial Africa is a prerequisite for understanding colonial and neo-colonial Africa, 2. Defines the position of each group or class based on their degree of dependency on the colonial apparatus, 3. Determines the raison d'etre for the particular position each group or class takes toward the national liberation movement, 4. Understands each group or class commitment to revolutionary nationalism and national revolution, and 5. Assesses each group or class revolutionary potential in the post-independence period. 3. The issues interior to the wretched of the Earth's liberation struggles are often qualitatively different than those of the European or European-American proletariat. Cabral understood this keenly, and even went so far as to emphasize that no matter how monstrous the colonized believe the colonial system to be, their greatest struggle will ultimately prove to be the one against their own weaknesses and internal enemies, which he argued were nothing other than expressions of the internal contradictions in the historical, cultural, social, political, and economic realities of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. As a consequence, national liberation and the historically and culturally specific processes of decolonization and re-Africanization, in point of fact, are neither importable nor exportable commodities. We know that on the political level our own reality, however fine and attractive the reality of others may be, can only be transformed by detailed knowledge of it, by our own efforts, and by our own sacrifices, Cabral solemnly proclaimed in The Weapon of Theory. In other words, whatever the ideological orientation of a revolutionary movement, whether Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, Fanonist, Guevaraist, or what have you, it is only relevant to the movement in question to the extent that it is rooted in, or, rather, translated into and sensitively synthesized with the historical reality and current vital needs of the masses of the people involved. Neither pre-colonial nor colonial Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau had classes that could be quickly correlated with and collapsed into 19th-century European class categories, such as the bourgeoisie, petite bourgeoisie, proletariat, and lumpenproletariat, etc. The class structure of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau was embryonic at the commencement of and for the duration of the anti-colonial struggle, but the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau most certainly made national history, as well as international history, as they valiantly struggled against Portuguese colonialism and other forms of European imperialism. Obviously, the Marxist thesis concerning class struggle as the motor inside of and feverishly driving the machine of history was not applicable to the Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean anti-colonial struggle between the mid-1950s and the mid-1970s. Cabral, 1966a, did not mince any words, letting his Marxist comrades know that revolution 224. Airy theory and praxis are not nice and neat, universal and neutral importable or exportable commodities, sternly stating, man will outlive classes and will continue to produce and make history, since he can never free himself from the burden of his needs, both of mind and of body, which are the basis of the development of the forces of production. 116. Hence, although Marxist-Leninists may understand class struggle to be the motive force of history, Cabral contended that within the context of Portuguese colonialism in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau the entire mode of production, as well as the anti-colonial efforts aimed at regaining it, constitute the core motive force of history in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau during the anti-colonial phase of its history. Even as he emphasized this point, Cabral did not lose sight of the importance of culture, as well as the embryonic class character of Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean culture in specific, in the development of the national liberation movement. Culture, according to Cabral, is of paramount importance to any group of people, and this importance becomes even more evident during the national liberation struggle. He contended that although history has demonstrated that it is not very difficult for a foreign power to dominate and colonize a people, The fact of the matter is that whatever the material aspects of that rule, it cannot be sustained except by the permanent and organized repression of the cultural life of the people in question. Cabral 1970 d. 1. Colonialism, which, once again, is inextricable from capitalism, is a form of imperialism. Any manifestation of imperialism is particularly perilous for a colonized people because it endangers, distorts, and eventually destroys the cultural basis of their existence. Imperialist powers in the colonial context employ violence so as to destroy, or at least to neutralize, to paralyze, the colonized people's cultural life. 1. With a historical understanding of the positives and negatives of their culture, even the most thoroughly colonized people can wage a war, that is to say, an intellectual, spiritual, psychological, cultural, social, political, and physical war against the invading imperialist forces. Actually, Cabral's critical theory contends that a people's culture is not only a fact of history, but also a factor of history. In the dialectical decolonization and national liberation process, Cabral observed, culture, too, needs to be comprehended dialectically. Which is to say, culture during the decolonization and national liberation process can either play a positive or negative role in the national liberation movement. It can either be a bastion and bulwark of support for the national revolution, or a booby trap that makes the struggle against imperialism all the more difficult as a consequence of contradictions internal to the national culture and, therefore, internal to the national liberation movement. Cabral's Critical Theory of History, Culture, and National Liberation 225. African Critical Theory, Cabral's Critical Theory of Culture. As observed in the preceding paragraph, Cabral's concept of culture was inextricable from his understanding of history. History, for Cabral, is the narrative of the imbalances and conflicts, economic, political, and social, that have historically, and contemporarily continue to shape and characterize the development of a society. And, culture is a series of dynamic syntheses which have been developed and established to solve and resolve social and political conflicts at each stage in the evolution of a society. Cabral, 1976a, emphasized the elasticity and durability of culture even in the face of colonialism. One of the most serious mistakes, if not the most serious mistake, made by the colonial powers in Africa, may have been to ignore or underestimate the cultural strength of African peoples. This attitude is particularly clear in the case of Portuguese colonial domination in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, which, he underscored, was not content with denying absolutely the existence of cultural values of the African and his condition as a social being, but has persisted in forbidding him any kind of political activity. 49. The colonizers confused repression with destruction. To repress the colonized people's culture is not to destroy their culture. It is quite simply, among other things, an attempt to denounce, denude, and degrade the culture of the colonized. But, denying something or, even more, distorting something does not destroy it, it merely means that one has chosen, perhaps, to ignore or negatively characterize an actually existing, concrete fact, or form, or force. However, in response to this conundrum, Cabral contended that the capacity for cultural resistance by African, and other racially colonized, people was not destroyed. 49. On the contrary, African culture, although repressed, persecuted and betrayed by some social categories or social classes who compromised with colonialism, survived all the storms, by taking refuge in the villages, in the forests and in the spirit of generations of victims of colonialism. 49. For it was Cabral's impassioned belief that the real potential for anti-colonial revolution, which is to say national liberation, rested on the ironic fact that the great majority of the racially colonized people, the wretched of the earth, had only marginally been affected, if at all, by colonial culture. Deep in the forests, in the most rural and remote parts of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, the semi-colonized retained and, often, recreated their cultures and reinvented their ethnic identities. Cabral asserted that it was these untapped aspects of pre-colonial and traditional culture that should be built on in the interest of developing anti-colonial, cultural, and a new national trans-ethnic consciousness. 226. The development of consciousness, in Cabral's conceptual universe, is inextricable from ideological development and critical conceptual generation. Cabral, in some senses similar to Antonio Gramsci, the Frankfurt School, and other European and European American critical theorists, comprehended that just as the ruling race, gender, and/or class produces ideas and theories which support their oppressing, exploiting, and alienating established, order, racially colonized and dominated groups can and often do, as Patricia Hill Collins, 1996, 227, 1998, X, relates, produce alternative and oppositional knowledges and ideologies. For Cabral, as Carlos Lopez, 1987, perceptively pointed out, ideology was above all knowing what one wanted in one's own particular circumstances. Ideological strength is built by knowing what must be done in each specific situation. This does not prevent, but rather requires, a drawing on the scientific laws of historical evolution of societies. But one must always be alert to the concrete reality of the moment. 57-58, emphasis in original. This is a point that has direct relevance for the discussion at hand concerning Cabral's contributions to, and the discursive development of Africana critical theory. First, one of the greatest challenges Cabral presents to Africana critical theory is that it constantly and self-reflexively concretizes, historicizes, and politicizes, and attempts to grasp and grapple with the world as it actually exists, that is, always be alert to the concrete reality of the moment. Which is to say, following the best that W.E.B. Du Bois, Aimé Césaire, Frantz Fanon, Angela Davis, Walter Rodney, and Bell Hooks, among others, offer to radical politics and critical social theory, contemporary Africana critical theorists must be willing and able to decidedly break with abstract academic, arbitrarily discipline-bound, epistemically insular, and often almost exclusively European and European American derived discourses. If, and I humbly pray when, this is done, it is hoped that workers in Africana critical theory will produce critical thought and texts that will prompt and promote critical consciousness raising and radical political activity that, ultimately, leads to revolutionary praxis that will enable us to, not simply describe and interpret the world but, in the spirit of Cabral, positively and progressively engage and alter it in the best interests of continental and diasporan Africans and humble humanity, i.e., the wretched of the earth, as a whole. Secondly, Cabral's concept of ideology was concrete and situation-specific. Which is, of course, why he remarked and reminded us, Marx was not a member of a tribal reed, traditional African or racially colonized African society, and that, in point of fact, Marxism is not a religion, and Marx did not write about Africa, Cabral 1971, 21-22. That being said, Cabral to a certain extent acknowledged that he took Fanon's challenge in The Wretched of the Earth very seriously when he asserted, Marxist analy. Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation 227. Cis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. Everything up to and including the very nature of pre-capitalist society, so well explained by Marx, must here be thought out again. Cabral comprehended, as Kellner, 1995, claims the Frankfurt School and other European and European American critical theorists understand, that first and foremost, there has never been a unitary Marxian theory that has been the basis for socialist or any other purportedly democratic and/or egalitarian type of development. 6. Also, Marxist and/or any other so-called radical theory must, of necessity, be open to revision and reconstruction as new and novel historical, cultural, social, and political situations and circumstances present themselves to local and global, national and international societies and civilizations. And, finally, Cabral understood considering the deficiencies in and of Marxist theory, as discussed above with respect to underdeveloped and/or non-European societies, that it may very well be that our new times, to borrow from Stuart Hall 1996, 223 to 238, require not merely revision and reconstruction of modern and/or postmodern theory, but an altogether new critical theory to speak to the special needs of contemporary society and the world of the 21st century. In advocating for a new critical theory, I essentially have in mind a contemporary descriptive and proscriptive, dialectical and discerning, praxis promoting social theory that does not simply chronicle and critique current crises, situations, and circumstances, but acknowledges the necessity of its own internal development, self-critique, and self-correction in light of these new and novel crises, situations, and circumstances. It is an epistemically and existentially open-ended theory of contemporary society, which sidesteps the intellectual insularity of much of European and European-American critical theory, and attempts to engage and eradicate our current social ills, say, for instance, racism, sexism, capitalism, colonialism, homophobia/heterosexism and religious intolerance, among other elements of contemporary imperialism. This new critical theory should build on and go beyond not solely European and European-American critical theory, but must also, out of exigency, be willing and able to engage the critical theory produced by, and on behalf of, the non-European and non-white world, its organic intellectuals, radical political activists, critical social theorists and, most importantly, its working classes and masses. In somewhat plainer English, the new critical theory, which our new times demand, should base its descriptions, prescriptions, and proscriptions on all available radical and revolutionary sources and, if truth be told, both European and non-European traditions of critical theory have much to offer. 5. As Stuart Hall, 1996, has correctly observed, our new times make it mandatory that contemporary critical theorists be conscious of changes out. 228. There and in here, 226. Out there, meaning, perhaps, out there in the jungles of post-everything, 224, or, out there in the world of white hegemony and, subtle, white supremacy, ethnic absolutism and cultural racism, 468, 442, or, out there where cultural bureaucracies attempt to administer all aspects of public and private life, and human thought and behavior, 470. And, by in here, we are wont to take Hall to mean, in here where political boundaries are often blurred, and some critical theorists remain undaunted and bold enough to contest and combat cultural racism, cultural hegemony and cultural bureaucracies, 468, 470, in here where there exists those whose critical theories represent a very real ethnicization, feminization, and sexualization of radical theory and politics, and, perhaps, in here where it is understood that there can be no simple return or recovery of the ancestral past which is not re-experienced through categories of the present, no base for creative enunciation in a simple reproduction of traditional forms which are not transformed by the technologies and identities of the present. 448, 6. Contemporary critical theory should, among other things, get involved in the debates about how society is changing and offer new descriptions and analyses of the social conditions it seeks to transcend and transform. 223. Also, critical theories of contemporary society should, on the one hand, hear and solemnly heed Cabral, 1976a, especially when he asserts, experience of the struggle shows how utopian and absurd it is to seek to apply schemes developed by other peoples in the course of their liberation struggle and solutions which they found to the questions and problems with which they were or are confronted, without considering local reality, and especially cultural reality. 53. We must also be cognizant of Cabral's contention that anything that is wont to be labeled critical and theory needs to be an ongoing synthesis, drawing from, and hopefully contributing to, the best of contemporary radical politics and critical social theory and praxis. On the other hand, the new critical theory should, to a certain extent, acknowledge and advocate with Horkheimer and Kellner that, first, critical theory must never aim simply at an increase of knowledge as such. Its goal is man's emancipation from slavery, Horkheimer 1972, 245. And, second, with that understood, contemporary critical theory must come to accept that classical and orthodox Marxists and Marxism exaggerated the primacy of class and, in almost every instance, downplayed the salience of race, gender, sexuality, and other cultural and identity issues, areas, and/or arenas. In Kellner's, 1995, Candid Words. Clearly, oppression takes place in many more spheres than just the economic and the workplace, so a radical politics of the future should take account of gender and race as well as class. Nonetheless, it would be wrong to ignore the Cabral's Critical Theory of History, Culture, and National Liberation 229. Centrality of class and the importance of class politics. But, a radical politics today should be more multicultural, race and gender focused, and broad-based than the original Marxian and Western European critical theory. 20. Cabral contributes to Africana and European critical theory in light of the fact that his thought accents and emphasizes the ways in which national liberation, what Horkheimer above phrased man's emancipation from slavery, is predicated on the struggling people's understanding that, as Cabral observed in Chapter 3, both in colonialism and in neocolonialism the essential characteristic of imperialist domination remains the same: denial of the historical process of the dominated people, by means of violent usurpation of the freedom of the process of development of the national productive forces. It is the denial of the historical process of the dominated people, in economic, cultural, social, political, and other areas, which validates and legitimates the national liberation struggle. Because, the national liberation struggle is nothing other than the phenomena and process, e.s., through which a social, political, economic, and cultural group or nation class rejects the denial and derogation of its history and heritage. Recall, it was Cabral who audaciously asserted, self-determination for all peoples, each people must choose their destiny, and take it into their own hands. In other words, the national liberation of a people is the regaining of the historical personality of that people, it is their return to history through the destruction of the imperialist domination to which they were subjected, Cabral 1960-69. Deconstruction and reconstruction, as was noted in Africana critical theory, are leitmotifs in Africana philosophical and Africana critical theoretical discourse. Moreover, as Lucius Outlaw, 1996, observed, considering the European incursions into Africa and the subsequent enslavement and colonization of African peoples, as well as the domination by Europeans of African lands and resources, efforts to fashion an African and I would add Africana philosophy, pose both deconstructive and reconstructive challenges, 52-53. In my view, Cabral's critical theory of national liberation puts forward such challenges because it is simultaneously an act of history and an act of culture. With regard to national liberation as a pivotal historical moment, Cabral, 1960-60, stated, "The basis of national liberation, whatever the formulas adopted in international law, is the inalienable right of every people to have their own history, and the aim of national liberation is to regain this right usurped by imperialism, that is to free the process of development of the national productive forces." 9. Concerning national liberation as an act of culture, Cabral understands that imperialist domination, by denying the dominated people their own historical process, necessarily denies their cultural process. 4. This is so because every moment of the life of a society, open or closed, culture is the result, with more or less awakened consciousness, of economic and political activities, the more or 230 less dynamic expression of the type of relations prevailing within that society, on the one hand, and on the other hand, among individuals, groups of individuals, social strata or classes. 3. In light of the above, it is important here to critically engage Cabral's extremely elastic concept of culture. Culture, according to Cabral, 1966, is simultaneously the fruit of a people's history and a determinant of history, by the positive or negative influence it exerts on the evolution of relations between man and his environment and among men or human groups within a society, as well as different societies. 5. Imperialism, in the form of racial colonialism, represents, to employ terms used by Cabral to describe this phenomenon, the paralysis, stagnation, regression, deviation, and halting of the dominated people's human agency. In other words, it intentionally blocks their capacity, ontologically speaking, to become and make themselves known, to each other and to other human groups, on their own terms and in their own culturally distinct way. Serekwaberhan, 1994, has argued that colonialism petrifies the subjugated culture, and the same may be said of its effect, on the dominated group's history. 101. If, therefore, history and culture are understood as Serekwaberhan closely following Cabral's lead comprehends them, then, history and culture can be comprehended as the actuality of engagements, intellectual, artistic/spiritual, and material, in which a people unveils its existence. 102. History and culture, then, are always and unconditionally to be understood in the plural, as the various modes of being and doing of human existence. 103, emphasis in original. Cabral, 1966, consistently emphasized the need to, not only acknowledge but, also, challenge one-dimensional and racial essentialist interpretations of Africa's histories, cultures, and struggles. A profound analysis of cultural reality removes the supposition that there can be continental or racial cultures. This is because, as with history, culture develops in an uneven process, at the level of a continent, a race or even a society. The coordinates of culture, like those of any developing phenomenon, vary in space and time, whether they be material, physical, or human, biological and social. The fact of recognizing the existence of common and special traits in the cultures of African peoples, independently of the color of their skin, does not necessarily imply that one and only one culture exists on the continent. In the same way that from the economic and political point of view one can note the existence of various Africas, so there are also various African cultures. 11. When and where history and culture are comprehended in this way in the plural and, as Serekwaberhan said, as the various modes of being and doing of human existence, then, and perhaps only then, is Cabral's call for a return to the source most comprehensible. For Cabral, Africa, which is to Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation. 231. Say Africa's histories, cultures, and peoples are much more complex, their cultures more wide-ranging and diverse than previously noted by colonial anthropologists, ethnologists, missionaries, and others, including European-educated, or, rather, European miseducated, Africans and their all-encompassing theories of Africa's ancient and glorious past. This, of course, is not in any way to imply that Africa did not have an ancient and glorious past, but only to emphasize that not everything in Africa's past was paradisiacal and that contemporary Africana critical theorists should employ Cabral's distinct dialectical and historical materialism when approaching Africa's histories, cultures, and struggles. Additionally, Cabral argued in some senses very similar to Fanon, 1965, 1968, 1969, that it must always be borne in mind that the national liberation struggle, or any struggle against imperialism, raises consciousness, transforms and brings into being new traditions, and introduces new cultural elements, if not completely new African cultures and values. Return to the source. Cabral's critical theory of revolutionary decolonization, revolutionary reafricanization, and national liberation. One of the major dialectical dimensions of Cabral's concept of return to the source, then, hinges on his contention that one of the strengths of a revolutionary nationalist movement, such as that of the PAIC, is that it preserves pre-colonial traditions and values but, At the same time, these traditions and values are drastically transformed through the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. In other words, pre-colonial traditions and values are altered by the protracted struggle against the superimposition of foreign imperialist cultures and values and the reconstitution and synthesis of progressive pre-colonial and recently created revolutionary anti-colonial African traditions and values. Therefore, according to Cabral, 1966, the armed struggle for liberation, launched in response to aggression by the colonialist oppressor, turns out to be a painful but effective instrument for developing the cultural level both for the leadership strata of the liberation movement and for the various social categories who take part in the struggle. 14-15. Anticipating that many may misunderstand him, as they historically have and currently continue to misunderstand and misinterpret Fanon's concepts of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary self-defensive violence, Cabral, 1976a, further explained his conception of the national liberation struggle as a painful but effective instrument. As we know, the armed liberation struggle demands the mobilization and organization of a significant majority of the population, the political and moral unity of the various social categories, the efficient use of modern weapons and 232 other means of warfare, the gradual elimination of the remnants of tribal mentality, and the rejection of social and religious rules and taboos contrary to the development of the struggle, i.e., gerontocracy, nepotism, social inferiority of women, rights and practices which are incompatible with the rational and national character of the struggle, etc. The struggle brings about many other profound changes in the life of the populations. The armed liberation struggle implies, therefore, a veritable forced march along the road to cultural progress. 54-55. Cabral's concept of return to the source, therefore, is not only, as shall soon be shown, a return to the upwards paths of Africans' own culture but also a veritable forced march along the road to cultural progress. This return, similar to that of Caesar, is a critical return that is not and cannot in itself be an act of struggle against domination, colonialist and racist, and it no longer necessarily means a return to traditions. Cabral 1972a, 45, emphasis in original. Rather, the return to the source that is at the core of Cabral's critical theory is a conscious anti-colonial and revolutionary step, however inchoate and anxiety-filled and, he asserted, the only possible reply to the demand of concrete need, historically determined, and enforced by the inescapable contradiction between the colonized society and the colonial power, the mass of the people exploited and the foreign exploitive class, a contradiction in the light of which each social stratum or indigenous class must define its position. 45. 7. In defining their position, in relation to, or, better yet, against the colonial and imperial powers, each member of the colonized society individually and collectively chooses, must as a matter of life or death, will themselves into becoming revolutionary praxis-oriented participants, active anti-colonial agents in the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization, the protracted process of rescuing, reclaiming, and reconstructing her or his own sacred humanity, history, and heritage. 8. In Cabral's candid words, when the return to the source goes beyond the individual and is expressed through groups or movements, the contradiction is transformed into struggle, secret or overt, and is a prelude to the pre-independence movement or of the struggle for liberation from foreign yoke. So, the return to the source is of no historical importance unless it brings not only real involvement in the struggle for independence, but also complete and absolute identification with the hopes of the mass of the people, who contest not only the foreign culture but also the foreign domination as a whole. Otherwise, the return to the source is nothing more than an attempt to find short-term benefits knowingly or unknowingly, a kind of political opportunism. 45-46. The return to the source may be said to translate into contemporary critical theory as the much-touted cultural revolution that many have often argued. Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation 233. proceeds and must continue throughout the national liberation struggle. 9. Culture, when approached from a dialectical perspective, can be reactionary or revolutionary, traditional or transformative, decadent or dynamic, and the return, in light of this fact, must at the least be critical if it is to transcend and transgress feudal attempts, as Serekwa Burhan, 1994, sternly stated, to dig out a purely African past and return to a dead tradition, 107. The return, therefore, is only partially pointed at historical recovery, socio-political transformation, and revolutionary reorganization. There is another, often overlooked aspect of Cabral's concept of return to the source that simultaneously and dialectically strongly stresses revolutionary cultural restoration and revolutionary cultural transformation. Indeed, Cabral argued, it was prudent for Africans to develop critical dialogues and real relationships with pre-colonial and traditional African histories and cultures, but he also cautioned them to keep in mind the ways in which colonialism and Eurocentrism, and the struggles against racial colonialism and for revolutionary re-Africanization, impacted and affected modern African histories and cultures, consequently creating whole new notions of Africa and African cultures and traditions. What is more, and what is not always readily apparent, is that the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization calls into question the very definition of what it means ontologically, existentially, and phenomenologically speaking to be African, that is to say, African in a world dominated by European imperialism, or, to put it another way, it calls into question what it means to be black in a white supremacist colonial capitalist world. 10. The dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization at its core, then, redefines Africanity, or blackness, if you will. It finds sustenance in Fanon's faithful words in The Wretched of the Earth, where he declared, decolonization is the veritable creation of new men, of a new humanity, and the thing which has been colonized becomes man, by which he means becomes human, becomes African by providing revolutionary answers to the question, of liberation and the question, of identity, during the same process by which it frees itself. There is a deep, critical self-reflexive dimension to Cabral's concept of return to the source, one which, similar to Fanon's theory of revolutionary decolonization, openly acknowledges that the colonized transforms, not simply the colonizers, but themselves through the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. Their theory and praxis, situated in a specific historical moment, emerges from the lived experiences of their actually endured struggles, which in one way connects them to the past but, in another way, connects them to the post-colonial and post-imperial future. Here Horkheimer's, 1972, words, once again, come into play. The critical theorist's vocation is the struggle to which his 234 thought belongs. Thought is not something independent, to be separated from this struggle. 245. The return to the source, then, should not under any circumstances be a return to tradition in its stasis or freeze-framed form, but, as Fanon, 1968, has firmly stated, critical theorists he uses terms such as the native intellectual, the native writer, and the man of culture who wish to think and act in the best interest of the wretched of the earth ought to use the past read, indigenous traditions, narratives, histories, heritages, views, and values with the intention of opening the future, as an invitation to action and a basis for hope. 232. The return, simply said, is not to the past, but to the source, or, as I am wont to say, sources, plural. The source, of a people's identity and dignity are, according to Cabral, 1972a, contained in their history and culture. A struggle, which while being the organized political expression of a culture is also and necessarily a proof not only of identity but also of dignity. 43, all emphasis in original. A people's history and culture, and we may add language. See Fanon 1967, 17-40, contain and convey their thought belief and value systems and traditions. These systems and traditions are under normal circumstances ever evolving, always contradicting, countering and overturning, as well as building on and going beyond, the ideologies and theories, and the views and values of the past. Which is why, further, the return is not and should not be to the past or any dead traditions, but to those things, spiritual and material, from our past, example ideologies, theories, views, and values, which will enable us to construct a present and future that is, or would be, consistently conducive to the highest, healthiest, and most humane modes of human existence and experience. 11. Cabral's, 1970d, concept of return to the source is doubly distinguished in its contributions to Africana critical theory in that it enables us to critique two dominant tendencies in Africana liberation theory and praxis. The first tendency is that of the vulgar and narrow-minded nationalists who seek, or so it seems, to expunge every aspect of European culture, collapsing it almost completely into European colonization, without coming to the critical realization that, a people who free themselves from foreign domination will not be culturally free unless, without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, they return to the upwards paths of their own culture. 5. To return to the upwards paths of Africans' own culture means sidestepping the narrow-minded nationalists' knee-jerk reaction to everything European or non-African, and it also means making a critical and, even more, a dialectical distinction between white supremacy and Eurocentrism, on the one hand, and Europe and other cultures' authentic contributions to human culture and civilization that have, or could potentially, benefit the whole of humanity, on the other hand. Cabral's Critical Theory of History, Culture, and National Liberation 235. The second tendency that Cabral's concept of return to the source strongly condemns are those, usually Europeanized, petit bourgeois, alienated Africans living in colonial metropoles, who seem to uncritically praise Africa's pre-colonial histories and cultures without coming to terms with the fact that, without any doubt, underestimation of the cultural values of African peoples, based upon racist feelings and the intention of perpetuating exploitation by the foreigner, has done much harm to Africa. But in the face of the vital need for progress, the following factors or behavior would be no less harmful to her: unselective praise, systematic exaltation of virtues without condemning defects, blind acceptance of the values of the culture without considering what is actually or potentially negative, reactionary, or regressive, confusion between what is the expression of an objective and historical material reality and what appears to be a spiritual creation of the result of a special nature. Absurd connection of artistic creations, whether valid or not, to supposed racial characteristics, and, finally, non-scientific or ascientific critical appreciation of the cultural phenomenon. Cabral 1970b, 12. Cabral advocated a critical analysis of African cultures, and in doing so he developed a distinct dialectical approach to Africa's wide-ranging histories, cultures, and struggles. This is extremely important to emphasize because too often Africa historically has been, and currently continues to be, engaged as though its histories, cultures, and peoples are either completely homogeneous or completely heterogeneous, as if it were impossible for the diverse and dynamic cultures of Africa to simultaneously possess commonalities and distinct differences. Cabral's critical theory of culture, also, includes a unique comparative dimension that recommends placing what Africans consider to be the best of their culture into critical dialogue with the contributions and advances of other, non-African cultures. This, he argued, was important in order to get a real sense of what Africa has contributed to world culture and civilization and to discover what world culture and civilization has historically contributed to, and currently offers Africa. In his own words, the important thing is not to waste time in more or less hair-splitting debates on the specificity or non-specificity of African cultural values, but to look upon these values as a conquest by a part of mankind for the common heritage of all mankind, achieved in one or several phases of its evolution. The important thing is to proceed to critical analysis of African cultures in the light of the liberation movement and the demands of progress in the light of this new stage in the history of Africa. We may be aware of its value in the framework of universal civilization, but to compare its value with that of other cultures, not in order to decide its superiority or its inferiority, but to determine, within the general framework of the struggle for progress, what contribution African culture has made and must make and contributions it can or must receive. Cabral 1970b, 11. 236. For Cabral, it is important to understand both the particularities and universalities of African culture within the specific context in which the war for national liberation is being waged. Therefore, an Africana critical theorist must not simply be conversant with, for example, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Gramscism, Fanonism, Guevarism, and the Frankfurt School, among many others, but also, and more importantly according to Cabral, the cultural groups, political parties, social organizations, and religious affiliations in the milieu one is seeking to radically transform. This is to say, even as he stressed not wasting time in more or less hair-splitting debates on the specificity or non-specificity of African cultural values, Cabral was keen not to diminish the importance of understanding the cultural conventions, tribal mentality, and social and religious rules and taboos contrary to the development of the struggle. As Hubbard, 1973, argued, Cabral, distinguished from many other African revolutionaries, was an astute observer of the ethnic situation of his own country. He was aware of the potential strengths and problems of the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, 72. As a consequence, he did not delude himself that they were a homogeneous mass who would respond to the liberation struggle in similar ways. In Cabral's 1970d, Critical Theory of National Liberation, an analysis of the cultural conflicts, tribal mentality, and social and religious rules and taboos contrary to the development of the struggle is a necessity because for the movement to succeed its leaders must base their actions on thorough knowledge of the culture of the people and be able to appreciate at their true value the elements of this culture, as well as different levels that it reaches in each group. 12. Putting the dialectical dimension of his critical theory on full display, Cabral went even further to emphasize that the leaders of the national liberation movement must also be able to discern in the entire set of cultural values of the people, the essential and the secondary, the positive and the negative, the progressive and the reactionary, the strengths and the weaknesses. 12. Cabral maintained the belief that culture must be politically analyzed in the new nation that is being forged on the battlefields of the national liberation struggle, where the ghosts of tribalism are eventually exorcised and the sectarianism of the past gives way to the principled Pan-Africanism, democratic socialism, and revolutionary humanism of the nation's foreseeable future. Once again, culture must serve the dire needs of the struggling people, renewing and freeing itself from colonialism, guarding against neocolonialism, and providing the foundation for a new humanity and new identity that is slowly but surely emanating from all those actively involved in the national liberation struggle. This new humanity and new identity is a consequence of the armed struggle and the spirit of comradeship it cultivated among the people in arms. Cabral's Critical Theory of History, Culture, and National Liberation 237. Recalling Fanon's contention in The Wretched of the Earth that decolonization is the veritable creation of new men, of a new humanity, as observed above, Cabral declares that the armed liberation struggle implies a veritable forced march along the road to cultural progress. He also asserts that, when we take into account the fact that the national revolution, via the dialectic of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization, aids in the elimination of a great number of contradictions within the very varied social, political, cultural, and religious groups of the respective revolutionists, the national liberation struggle is not only a product of culture but also a determinant of culture. Cabral 1970 c. 14-15, emphasis in original. In Cabral's critical theory, it is not simply theory that can be utilized as a weapon, but also the new culture that grows out of the overarching processes and dialectics of decolonization, re-Africanization, and national liberation. In other words, Cabral's critical theory is not only distinguished by its emphasis on the weapon of theory, but also the weapon of culture. Hence, at the core of Cabral's concept of return to the source is his staunch belief that, 1. There must be critical analysis and critical reappraisal of African cultures in the light of the liberation movement and the demands of progress. 2. The new culture that grows out of the collective processes and dialectics of decolonization, re-Africanization, and national liberation can be used as an effective weapon against colonial, neocolonial, and imperial forces, and 3. When and where culture is used as an effective weapon against colonial, neocolonial, and imperial forces, the people struggling for justice, freedom, and lasting liberation are then able to nurture the development of not only a new national culture, but also new ethical culture, political culture, popular culture, and scientific culture, while simultaneously contributing to universal/international human culture and civilization. Cabral contends that both a new humanity and a new culture grows out of the national liberation movement, which, in one way, is a conceptual continuation of Fanon's thought in The Wretched of the Earth, but, in another way, Cabral's critical theory breaks new ground with its emphasis on disparate cultures converging through revolution to create a new humanity and a new national culture. 12. In Cabral's critical theory, as was discussed earlier, colonialism and other forms of imperialism were the greatest obstacles to social transformation and authentic human liberation in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Hence, his work stresses that it is the solemn duty of each and every Cape Verdean and Bissau Guinean to actively participate in the national revolution. However, part of what he meant by active participation entailed developing an openness to, and learning more about African cultures other than one's own. Coupled with his emphasis on cultural openness is an emphasis on historical grounding. It will be recalled that Cabral declared, 10 years ago, i.e., prior to the national liberation struggle, we were Fula, Mand. 238. Jack, Mand Inca, Balant, Pepel, and others. Now we are a nation of Guineans. History and culture, as we see here, play a special part in Cabral's critical theory of national liberation, and he argued that careful and critical analysis of the specificities of African histories, cultures, and ethnicities is equally, if not more important, in national liberation struggles than broad-based theories touting everything from a distinct black soul and African personality to a collective African mind and African communalism. Not only were many of these theories, from Cabral's point of view, historically, culturally, and sociologically inaccurate, but they were also extremely detrimental since they often glossed over important differences and precluded historical materialist and dialectical materialist interpretations of culture in the development of particular African societies pre-colonial, colonial, or neocolonial. Moreover, from his African historical materialist perspective, the catch-all concepts and umbrella theories about Africa had a tendency to consistently downplay the many ways in which ethnicity, occupation, class, and religion often influenced participation, or non-participation, in revolutionary decolonization, revolutionary re-Africanization, and national liberation efforts. However, Cabral also did not believe that endless hours should be spent searching for minute details in efforts to distinguish one African cultural or ethnic group from another. What was, and what remains, most important is that Africans critically analyze and assess their own histories, cultures, and struggles, and this should be strongly stressed, develop a deeper comparative dimension in terms of placing their cultures into critical dialogue, not only with each other, but with other, non-African cultures, especially those involved in anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-imperialist struggles. Above it was demonstrated that a strong humanist strain runs through Cabral's contributions to critical theory, and here we may observe, again, his principled stand against imperialism and for revolutionary humanism. Even more, here we can see that in promoting a critical comparative dimension within the national liberation struggle, Cabral connected Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau's national culture with global culture, their national history with world history and, most significantly, their national struggle with international struggles. his conceptions of national history and national culture indelibly informed his notion of the national liberation struggle. For instance, one would be hard-pressed to provide an answer to Cabral's 1979-75 cryptic question. Against whom are our people struggling? Or, a la Cabral, Serequaberhans, 1994-32, more recent query, what are the people of Africa trying to free themselves from, and what are they trying to establish? Unless she or he possessed a critical cognizance of the roots or sources of the particular history and culture in question, ever willing and able to critically inquire into what and how specific historical, cultural, social, and political predicata. Cabral's Critical Theory of History, Culture, and National Liberation 239. Ments and impediments have been, and are being, transversed, and transpired. In my view, Fanon captured this conundrum best when he stated, "A national culture is not a folklore, nor an abstract populism that believes it can discover the people's true nature. It is not made up of inert dregs of gratuitous actions, that is to say actions which are less and less attached to the ever-present reality of the people. A national culture is the whole body of efforts made by a people in the sphere of thought to describe, justify, and praise the action through which that people has created itself and keeps itself in existence. A national culture in underdeveloped countries should therefore take its place at the very heart of the struggle for freedom which these countries are carrying on. No one can truly wish for the spread of African culture if he or she does not give practical support to the creation of the conditions necessary to the existence of that culture, in other words, to the liberation of the whole continent." Fanon cited in Kane and Harrison 2001, 20-21. Fanon's concept of national culture connects with Cabral's critical theory insofar as both of their thoughts suggests a reliance on, or return to, those elements which the subjugated population have employed, and may continue to employ, to describe, justify, and praise the actions through which that people has created itself and keeps itself in existence. This means nothing less than the oppressed undergoing a process of a transvaluation of values, Marcuse 1989, from the existing imperialist social setup and a revolution in values, Marcuse 1973, that totally contradicts and overturns imperialist values, which are obstructions to the veritable creation of new human beings who envision and seek to bring into being a new humanity and a new society, see Fanon 1968, 36. Cabral's critical return, understood as a cultural revolution, at its core calls for, to borrow Marcuse's phrase, a transvaluation of values. That is to say, Cabral's critical return to the source, which unequivocally advocates cultural revolution, is a rejection of traditional, conventional, established, or accepted imperialist values and, what is more, retrogressive pre-colonial or traditional African values. His return to the source, in this sense, is more of a kind of historical and cultural critical consciousness raising, a form of radical political education, social, re-organization, and revolutionary praxis that requests that, or, rather, challenges the wretched of the earth to remain cognizant at all times of our own situation and be aware of our things, Cabral 1979, 56-57. We must respect those things of value, contended Cabral, which are useful for the future of our land, and for the advancement of our people, 57. A transvaluation of values, first, requires that we be aware of our things. Meaning, we should possess an intimate knowledge of our past and present colonial and anti-colonial history, culture, and struggles. Second, it 240 necessitates that we respect those things of value, which are useful for the future of our land, and for the advancement of our people. That is to say, those things of value which will enable us to create a new, post-imperialist society, a society without poverty and privilege, a society free from domination and exploitation, a society that utilizes science and technology as instruments of liberation as opposed to tools of domination, a society whose ultimate aim is the constant creation of those new human beings Fanon wrote so passionately about in The Wretched of the Earth. Such a society, further, demands what Marcuse, 1989, termed a transvaluation of values and, even more, it presupposes a new type of human being who rejects the performance principles governing the established societies, a type of man who has rid himself of the aggressiveness and brutality that are inherent in the organization of established society, and in their hypocritical, Puritan morality, a type of man who is biologically incapable of fighting wars and creating suffering, a type of man who has a good conscience of joy and pleasure and who works collectively and individually for a social and natural environment in which such an existence becomes possible. 282. The new human beings with new values possess a new worldview, which is the determinate negation of the presently established imperialist worldview and value system, in Africa or elsewhere. The connection between one's worldview and value system should be stressed because it is precisely these things which, to a certain extent, determine a person's thought and behavior. An individual's worldview and value system becomes their second nature and as such provide beliefs, norms, and aspirations which motivate them, either consciously or unconsciously, to think and act for or against the imperialist world system. 13. Sankofa, Fanon, Cabral, and the dialectics of Defricanization and Re-Africanization. Here, then, we have witnessed that true, or, rather, revolutionary Re-Africanization has both universal and particular dimensions, it is simultaneously national and international, regional and continental, as well as revolutionary Pan-Africanist and revolutionary humanist. Fanon's intense emphasis on the ongoing radical political education and radical political participation of both the party and the people in the process of revolutionary decolonization in both the wretched of the earth and toward the African Revolution seems to logically lead to an intense emphasis on revolutionary Re-Africanization. Although his work only hints at what I am calling here faithfully following Cabral, 1973b, 45, Re-Africanization, it seems safe to say that many of the implicit questions Fanon asked regarding Re-Africanization were Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation 241. Initially offered explicit answers by Amilcar Cabral in the 20th century and, however humbly, offered even more answers with the evolution of the Africana tradition of critical theory in the 21st century. Above, Cabral's concept of return to the source was demonstrated to be more a kind of historical and cultural critical consciousness raising, a form of radical political education, organization, and revolutionary praxis that requests that or, rather, challenges the wretched of the earth to remain cognizant at all times of our own situation and be aware of our things. We, Cabral continued, must respect those things of value which are useful for the future of our land, and for the advancement of our people. Clearly he gathered much from Fanon, even Fanon's ambiguous offerings with regard to Re-Africanization. Is it possible that Cabral interpreted Fanon to include what I am calling revolutionary Re-Africanization in his, Fanon's, articulation of the people's need for radical political education? Is it plausible to contend that Cabral may have detected this deficit in Fanon's discourse on revolutionary decolonization and, decidedly and duly, took it upon himself to develop it? An additional question should be asked here: are there inherent, even if not always readily apparent, cultural dimensions implied in Fanon's conception of radical political education? I am inclined to answer in the affirmative on all accounts. 14. However, whether Cabral did or did not consciously seek to build on and go beyond Fanon seems to be beside the point because, as I have demonstrated in Forms of Fanonism, Fanon's discourse on revolutionary decolonization and emphasis on radical political education seems to logically lead to questions of culture, questions such as whose culture, and or which specific aspects of culture pre-colonial, colonial, capitalist, communist, and or socialist culture would be most useful in Africans. Efforts to rescue, reclaim, and recreate their distinct humanity and historical inheritance, s. Africana critical theory argues that albeit often unnamed revolutionary Re-Africanization has been and remains integral to radical and revolutionary Africans' answers to these questions, always and ever showing a critical aversion to colonialist and capitalist culture and, although flirting from time to time with communism and socialism, it would seem that it is the radical and revolutionary aspects of pre-colonial African histories, cultures, and struggles which have most consistently been at the heart of the revolutionary re-Africanization process, e.s. When Cabral admonishes the wretched of the earth to remain cognizant at all times of our own situation and be aware of our things, his thought seems to be in direct dialogue with Fanon's work, and the continuity within the Africana tradition of critical theory that I stressed earlier is, once again, readily apparent. Note here the similarities with what Fanon wrote and what Cabral asserted above concerning the wretched of the earth remaining cognizant at all times of our own situation and being aware of our things. 242. The greatest task before us is to understand at each moment what is happening in our country. We ought not to cultivate the exceptional or to seek for a hero, who is another form of leader. We ought to uplift the people, we must develop their brains, fill them with ideas, change them and make them into human beings. We once more come up against that obsession of ours which we would like to see shared by all African politicians about the need for effort to be well informed, for work which is enlightened and freed from its historic intellectual darkness. To hold a responsible position in an underdeveloped country is to know that in the end everything depends on the education of the masses, on the raising of the level of thought, and on what we are too quick to call political teaching. Fanon cited in Cook and Morgan 1971-79. It would seem that what Fanon is referring to here as political teaching is inextricable from historical and cultural teaching. He asserted that, we ought to uplift the people, we must develop their brains, fill them with ideas, change them and make them into human beings. In uplifting the people, in developing their brains and filling them with ideas, the question of whose and which ideas will be employed in the uplift efforts remains, and it is here that Fanon's implicit allusions to revolutionary re-Africanization, once again, resolutely resurface. In changing them meaning, the wretched of the earth and making them into human beings, the question of which specific type or, rather, what particular kind of human beings does Fanon have in mind here must be raised. To be sure, as he repeatedly states throughout The Wretched of the Earth, he is not advocating that the racially colonized take Europeans or European Americans as their models, going so far to sardonically say, we have better things to do than to follow that same Europe and, further, we today can do everything, so long as we do not imitate Europe, so long as we are not obsessed by the desire to catch up with Europe. 15. Fanon's explicit conception of radical political education is deeply connected to his implicit emphasis on revolutionary re-Africanization, a re-Africanization that takes Césare's critical return to the African past, with its communal societies, its societies that were anti-capitalist, its democratic societies, its cooperative societies, and fraternal societies, as its theoretical grip and grounding point of departure. Along with Césare, Fanon characteristically acknowledged the innumerable faults of these pre-colonial African societies, but, again similar to Césare, he believed that they contained and could convey views and values that could still make an important contribution to the world. Therefore, an important element of Fanon's implicit theory of revolutionary re-Africanization a point, as we have seen above, that Cabral explicitly deepened and developed centers on the revolutionary recreation of Africans, as well as their cultures and traditions. Taking his cue from Césare's summoning of Africana revolutionaries to invent souls, Fanon's, 1963, conception of radical political education. Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation 243. Intensely emphasized that both the party and the people should recreate and develop dialectical rapports and more critical relationships with every aspect of their cultures and respective regional or ethnic traditions. Now, political education means opening their minds, awakening them, and allowing the birth of their intelligence. As Césare said, it is to invent souls. To educate the masses politically does not mean, cannot mean, making a political speech. What it means is to try, relentlessly and passionately, to teach the masses that everything depends on them, that if we stagnate it is their responsibility, and that if we go forward it is due to them too, that there is no such thing as a demiurge, that there is no famous man who will take responsibility for everything, but that the demiurge is the people themselves and the magic hands are finally only the hands of the people. In order to put all this into practice, in order really to incarnate the people, we repeat that there must be decentralization in the extreme. The movement from the top to the bottom and from the bottom to the top should be a fixed principle, not through concern for formalism but because simply to respect this principle is the guarantee of salvation. It is from the base that forces mount up which supply the summit with its dynamic, and make it possible dialectically for it to leap ahead. 157 to 158. Fanon's implicit theory of revolutionary re-Africanization, then, is not in any way about going backward to the African past, no matter how glorious many may believe that past to be, but it is decidedly about dialectically leaping ahead to the post-imperialist Pan-African future. Emphasis should be placed on a post-imperialist Pan-African future here because Fanon warned of the pitfalls of national consciousness and asserted that the ultimate aim of a truly revolutionary decolonization and national liberation struggle should be connected to and inextricable from, not only the national liberation struggles of neighboring nations, but the liberation of the entire African continent. See Fanon 1968, 148-205. The creation and spread of national consciousness is extremely important, but it should only be temporary, according to the requirements of revolutionary national liberation struggle. That being said, nationalism cannot and should not stand as a substitute for a radical political program. If the party is truly decentralized, and if the people are really provided with radical political education, then, Fanon's words specifically, the movement from the top to the bottom and from the bottom to the top should be a fixed principle will have been heard and, even more, these words will have been brought to life, they will have become a motive force, they will have moved, literally, from the level of abstract ideas to the level of concrete actions. Nationalism elicits certain ideas and actions, where the synthesis of revolutionary Pan-Africanism with an elastic democratic socialism of course, a la Amilcar Cabral, modified to meet the special needs of Africa and Africans provokes other kinds of dialectical ideas and critical actions. The 244 point here is not to negate the need for national consciousness, but to remind my readers that national consciousness, which is an extremely important part of the dialectical process, of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization, cannot and should be confused with social and political consciousness. 16 Once again, then, we see that the Fanonian decentralized party's program of radical political education simultaneously has cultural, social, political, and economic aspects, and these combined elements of Fanon's articulation of political education suggest revolutionary re-Africanization. Fanon, 1961, continues the caveat concerning nationalism's temporary utility and the ongoing necessity of radical political education, even after national liberation or independence is achieved. Nationalism, that magnificent song that made the people rise against their oppressors, stops short, falters, and dies away on the day that independence is proclaimed. Nationalism is not a political doctrine, nor a program. If you really wish your country to avoid regression, or at best halts and uncertainties, a rapid step must be taken from national consciousness to political and social consciousness. The nation does not exist in a program which has been worked out by revolutionary leaders and taken up with full understanding and enthusiasm by the masses. The nation's effort must constantly be adjusted into the general background of underdeveloped countries. The battle line against hunger, against ignorance, against poverty, and against unawareness ought to be ever present in the muscles and the intelligence of men and women. The work of the masses and their will to overcome the evils which have for centuries excluded them from the mental achievements of the past ought to be grafted onto the work and will of all underdeveloped peoples. On the level of underdeveloped humanity there is a kind of collective effort, a sort of common destiny. 203. Revolutionary re-Africanization must not under any circumstances be confused with regression. It is not an anachronistic wish to return Africa and Africans to their pre-colonial past. It is not a nostalgic nationalism that vulgarly views Africa and Africans' pre-colonial past from a paradisiacal perspective. It is not a romanticization or erasure of all of Africa and Africans' pre-colonial wrongs and regressions. Quite the contrary, revolutionary re-Africanization is the Ghanaian concept of Sankofa put into principled practice in the process, of revolutionary decolonization. In essence, Sankofa entails taking from the past those things which are deemed to be most useful in the present with the ultimate intention of moving forward, of making positive progress. In other words, Sankofa boils down to the benevolent use of knowledge from the past to positively alter the present and ensure the future. 17. From the point of view of Africana critical theory, Sankofa has always been and remains at the heart of Fanon's thought and texts, especially his discourse on revolutionary decolonization. His words are haunted by, or rather, ever weighted with the Sankofa. Cabral's Critical Theory of History, Culture, and National Liberation 245. Concept, for instance, as when he wrote, "We once more come up against that obsession of ours which we would like to see shared by all African politicians about the need for effort to be well informed, for work which is enlightened and freed from its historic intellectual darkness." It was Fanon as well who wrote in the immediately foregoing passage, "The work of the masses and their will to overcome the evils which have for centuries excluded them from the mental achievements of the past ought to be grafted onto the work and will of all underdeveloped peoples." If we take Fanon at his word, then, he is unequivocally asserting that Africans, continental and diasporan, should put Sankofa into principled practice. However, Africana critical theory is quick to contend, as continental and diasporan Africans practice Sankofa, they should duly and diligently bear in mind Cabral's important caveat: a people who free themselves from foreign domination will not be culturally free unless, without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, they return to the upwards paths of their own culture. Therefore, as continental and diasporan Africans practice Sankofa, they cannot put on blinders and attempt to block out the authentic advances in human culture and civilization that their oppression and exploitation has, ironically, helped to make possible. This is a hard and bitter truth, and one that does not and may never sit well with continental and diasporan Africans, but one that nonetheless must of necessity be incorporated into the contemporary practice of Sankofa and the discursive development of Africana critical theory. To really and truly return to the upwards paths of Africans' own culture, to authentically engage in Sankofa at this point in Africana and world history must mean sidestepping the narrow-minded nationalists' knee-jerk reaction to everything European or non-African. Inherent in the theory and praxis of Sankofa, actually at its heart, is a distinct dialectic. A dialectic that enables continental and diasporan Africans practicing Sankofa to make critical and, even more, dialectical distinctions between white supremacy and Eurocentrism, on the one hand, and Europe and other cultures' authentic contributions to human culture and civilization, on the other hand. Perhaps, nowhere is this Sankofian dialectic more pronounced in Cabral's discourse than in his critical theory of colonialism, neocolonialism, and imperialism, his critical theory of Marxism, nationalism, and humanism, and his critical theory of history, culture, and liberation. In each of his respective critical theories, it is Cabral's Sankofian conception of history, culture, and liberation that distinguishes his discourse from the discourses of other critical theorists, Africana, European, or otherwise. In Cabral's critical theory, a negative such as colonialism must be responded to by the wretched of the earth with a positive, from their point of view, such as decolonization. But, as Cabral strongly stressed in both Revolution in Guinea and Return to the Source, decolonization is only the first 246 step toward returning the wretched of the earth to the upwards paths of their own culture. Deracinating the culture of the colonizer calls for the colonized to, not simply return to their pre-colonial culture, but to deapartatize and revolutionize their culture and adapt it in light of the needs of the national revolution and the liberation of Africa in general. This is to say, in Africa decolonization without revolutionary re-Africanization is a subterfuge. It is faux freedom, which is not freedom by any stretch of the imagination. Here, then, we have come back to the significance of Cabral's critical theory of revolutionary re-Africanization. Cabral's critical theory of revolutionary re-Africanization ultimately illustrates that at the heart of imperialism in Africa, whether colonialist or capitalist, is a form of cultural aggression or, rather, cultural imperialism that is incredibly historically significant in that it, as observed above, racializes, colonizes, apartheidizes, and forces Africans out of their own history and into distorted and demeaning positions in the history of European imperialism, which is currently commonly called, quite simply, European history, and which includes the tragedies and triumphs of European America. Cabral's critical theory of revolutionary re-Africanization exposes the ways in which European imperialism planted the seeds of cultural destruction deep in the fertile soil of African history and culture, over time reducing Africa and Africans to mere pawns and playthings, footnotes, and forgotten casualties in European history and culture. Cunningly working to ensure the complete apartheidization of Africa and Africans, in the most anti-African and counter-revolutionary ways imaginable, European imperialists made sure that those who were loyal to the history and to the culture of the people were destroyed. Cabral 1973b, 49. Africa, quite simply, ceased to be a place where one could be authentically and unapologetically African. Consequently, the fear, shame, alienation, and internalized negrophobia that Fanon eloquently explored in Black Skin, White Masks was not simply something that plagued diasporan Africans. In their experience and endurance of the process of dehumanization for what else was the African Holocaust, and the subsequent racialization and colonization of Africa, continental Africans also experienced and endured a process of de-Africanization. By returning to the upwards paths of their own culture, in other words, by simultaneously decolonizing and re-Africanizing themselves, again, without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, Cabral believed that post-imperialist Africa could inaugurate not only a new African, but a qualitatively new human being fundamentally opposed to and deeply concerned about any form of imperialism in Africa or elsewhere. European cultural imperialism in Africa did not stop African cultural growth and development. Again, it is important not to confuse cultural repression with cultural destruction. Even with the liquidation of anti-colonial Cabral's critical theory of history, culture, and national liberation 247. African leaders and the incessant persecution of any African who embraced authentic African culture, as opposed to Eurocentric colonial African culture continued to evolve. In its earliest stages, decolonization reveals that far from being destroyed, African culture is carried on under colonialism in the sanctuaries of the villages, the schools, and in the invocation of the spirit of the ancestors, the living dead. It is this repressed, persecuted, and betrayed culture, this culture of resistance, this revolutionary culture that is at the core of the re-Africanization process and which must be built on by the wretched of the earth and their organic intellectuals, bearing in mind what Cabral shared with us about never underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures and returning to the upwards paths of the wretched of the earth's own culture. Independence of thought, Cabral, conceptual consistency, and Pan-African pragmatism. Unlike many other revolutionary leaders, then, Cabral genuinely valued culture, i.e., the weapon of culture, as an asset in an integral part of the national liberation struggle, even though the heterogeneity of Cape Verdean and Bissau Guinean culture in many instances limited the rapid development of the national revolution. Instead of viewing the wretched of the earth in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau as a tabula rasa, he argued that their respective cultures actually provide important elements of the foundation on which the new, decolonized, re-Africanized, and revolutionized Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau must be built. Whatever may be the ideological or idealistic characteristics of cultural expression, Cabral, 1973b, 42, declared, culture is an essential element of the history of a people. Culture is, perhaps, the product of this history just as the flower is the product of a plant. The explorations of the various aspects of Cabral's critical theory in chapters 3 through 5 help to highlight his distinct contributions to revolutionary movements, radical politics, and critical social theory in general, and the Africana tradition of critical theory in specific. In sum, we now have a stronger sense of his conceptual creativity and independence of thought, internal coherence and consistency over time, and incessant emphasis on linking theory with praxis. Although Cabral's critical theory was in deep dialogue with Marxism, at this point it is clear that he was not beholden to any specific Marxist school of thought or Marxist brand of critical theory. Cabral believed, rightly or wrongly, that Marx's larger legacy lies in his independent and ever-evolving development of a critical theory of the society and world in which he himself lived and labored, i.e., 19th century Trier, Cologne, Paris, Brussels, and London. In light of this, Cabral felt free to develop a critical theory of Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean society. 248. Without being overly concerned with foreign philosophies and imported social, political, cultural, and economic theories. This was in large part because he conceived of theory, not merely as a descriptive, speculative, and academic exercise but, more importantly, as an interpretive and communicative instrument through which he and the other organic intellectuals of the Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean revolution could promote revolutionary self-transformation and revolutionary social transformation. Consequently, as illustrated in chapters 3 through 5, Cabral's writings rarely engaged subjects foreign to, or far from the political particularities and cultural specificities of the revolution in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, and when he did take up topics from abroad it was usually to demonstrate that accepted theories and/or ideologies, however radical or revolutionary in the milieu from which they emerged, did not directly speak to the special needs of the revolution in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, from the founding of the Partido Africano de Independencia de Guinea-Cabo Verde, PAIGC, in 1956 through to his untimely assassination in January of 1973. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Cabral's contributions to radical politics and critical social theory in general, and black radical politics and Africana critical theory in particular, is his high level of conceptual consistency and pragmatism from the mid-1950s through to the mid-1970s. As Revolution in Guinea, Return to the Source, and Unity and Struggle deftly demonstrate, although the words he utilized to express certain theories and praxis differed from time to time, Cabral was in fact articulating the same fundamental philosophy and core principles whether addressing the Conference of African Peoples in Cairo, the United Nations, the Frantz Fanon Center in Milan, the Conference of Nationalist Organizations of the Portuguese Colonies in Dar es Salaam, the Tricontinental Conference in Havana, Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, Syracuse University in New York, PAIGC leaders and comrades, or Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean peasants in the villages. He did not alter the basic premise of his political message and critical social theory to suit his audience, although, as an astute diplomat, in most instances he avoided offending them. Ultimately, then, what emerges from chapters 3 through 5 is a portrait of a committed revolutionary, who was grounded in the history, culture, and struggles of the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, but who had a deep and abiding respect for the histories, cultures, and struggles of the wretched of the earth worldwide, who was disinclined to engage in verbose theoretical speculation and mealy-mouthed discursive excess, who privileged concrete philosophy and critical theory over racial, political, or religious ideology, who valued independence of thought more than adherence to widely accepted political doctrines, and whose larger legacy is the critical theory and revolutionary praxis he created to describe, alter, and inspire the Cape. Cabral's Critical Theory of History, Culture, and National Liberation 249. Verdean and Bissau-Guinean Revolution and the Wretched of the Earth Around the Globe. Cabral's contributions to critical theory offer contemporary critical theorists alternatives, not only to imperialism, but to the Eurocentrism of much of what currently passes as critical theory. And, further, his contributions do so without disavowing the crucial contributions that European and other non-African traditions of philosophy and critical theory provide for the Africana tradition of critical theory. When all is said and done, then, for Cabral the return to the source is not only about the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization, but also about revolutionary humanism and the promise of a liberated future where the new humanity that Fanon envisioned, and the transvaluation of values that Marcuse described above, is a concrete, actually existing reality. Indelibly inspired by Cabral, my conception of Africana critical theory, which will be the subject of the subsequent chapter, seeks to chronicle and critique, as well as provide an archive and intellectual arsenal à la Cabral's conception of the weapon of theory aimed at carrying the Africana tradition of critical theory into the 21st century and radically revising it to speak to the special needs of the wretched of the earth of our epoch. Part 3. The Africana tradition of critical theory, Cabral and the decolonization and re-Africanization of radical politics, critical social theory, and revolutionary praxis. Chapter 6. Africana critical theory in the aftermath of Amilcar Cabral and Cabralism's contributions. Introduction, Cabral's contributions to Africana critical theory. As was stated in the previous chapters, Amilcar Cabral presents Africana critical theory with several significant challenges, and throughout the course of this chapter it will be important to accent and amplify the ways in which his life work necessitates a fundamental rethinking of critical theory in general and, more specifically, the discourse and development of Africana critical theory. As aforementioned, Cabral's thought serves as a cue and calls for a concrete philosophy, an Africana philosophy of praxis, a historically nuanced, culturally grounded, socially situated, and politically charged form of critical social theory that speaks to the special needs of continental and diasporan Africans. Eschewing the scholasticism and abstract system building of the bulk of European and European American trained philosophers of African descent, Cabral constantly developed accessible critical theories of the changing conditions of contemporary society, the prospects of Pan-African democratic socialist revolution, revolutionary decolonization, revolutionary re-Africanization, revolutionary nationalism, and revolutionary humanism. He was ever concerned to utilize theory as a weapon against imperialism, and to unite it with the emancipatory aspirations and efforts of the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, and the other wretched of the earth around the globe. Cabral, also, always admonished intellectual activists to be critically cognizant of our particular circumstances and situations but, as revolutionary. 255. 256. Humanists, to remain open to learning what we can from the lived experiences and experiments, example social, political, and cultural experiments, of others. In his own weighted words, the experience of others is highly significant for someone undergoing any experience. The reality of others is highly significant for one's reality. Many folk do not understand this, and grasp their reality with the passion that they are going to invent everything. I do not want to do the same as others have done, nothing that others have done. This is a sign of ignorance. If we want to do something in reality, we must see who has already done the same, who has done something similar, and who has done something opposite, so that we can learn something from their experience. It is not to copy completely, because every reality has its own questions and its own answers for these questions. There are many things which belong to many realities jointly. It is essential that the experience of others benefit us. We must be able to derive from everyone's experience what we can adapt to our conditions, to avoid unnecessary efforts and sacrifices. This is very important. Cabral 1968, 4-5. Here Cabral sets down several of the core characteristics of Cabralism and what it contributes to the Africana tradition of critical theory. In good dialectical fashion Cabral suggested that we start with our own circumstances and situations, but maintain an epistemic and experiential openness, and be willing and able to appropriate and adapt the advances or breakthroughs of others as they pertain to our circumstances and situations, as these advances and breakthroughs could in many instances aid us in avoiding unnecessary efforts and sacrifices. He firmly warns us not to copy completely, because our lived reality, that is to say, our concrete conditions and unique historical happenings, are distinct from those of any people in any other age. We are to always remember that every reality has its own questions and its own answers for these questions. The above caveat should also be connected to Cabral's earlier discussion of the plurality of African histories, cultures, and struggles. Indeed, Cabral and his comrades provided solutions to many problems, crucial answers to several critical questions, but contemporary critical theorists must keep cognizant of the fact that Cabral and his comrades provided solutions to the particular problems they were faced with in their specific historical moment, as they were confronting the conundrums of an extremely particular, if not peculiar, form of racial colonialism, Portuguese colonialism. Cabral, 1965 c., critically contended, we, peoples of Africa, who are fighting against Portuguese colonialism, have suffered under very special conditions, because for the past 40 years we have been under the domination of a fascist regime, too. He importantly continued, Portugal is an economically backward country, in which about 50% of the population is illiterate, a country which you will find at the bottom of all the statistical tables of Europe. Point 257. Blank. Portugal is a country in no position at all to dominate any other country, 2. 1. This means, then, that it is equally important for contemporary critical theorists, Africana or otherwise, to bear in mind that however attractive Cabral's thought, no matter how fervently we believe it to speak to the special issues we are confronted with in the 21st century, his contributions to critical theory cannot provide us with the concrete and nuanced historical understandings necessary to develop revolutionary movements, that is to say, national and international liberation. Struggles aimed at altering the new and novel social and political problems of the present. There simply is no substitute for contemporary critical theorists practicing conceptual generation. There is no problem-solving proxy for our development of new theory geared toward, not only gauging but changing contemporary societies, bringing into being a new humanity, new societies and, perhaps even, a new world culture and civilization grounded in and growing out of various trans-ethnic traditions of revolutionary decolonization, revolutionary humanism, critical multiculturalism, democratic socialism, racial justice, gender justice, women's liberation, freedom of sexual orientation, and religious tolerance, among others. However, even in light of all the critical observations above, I continue to believe that Cabral's theoretic strategic framework, which is to say, Cabralism, is extremely useful for those critical theorists concerned with, not merely colonialism, neocolonialism, and post-colonialism, but also racism, critical race theory, revolutionary nationalism, revolutionary humanism, decolonization, re-Africanization, and the critique of capitalism and class struggles in contemporary society. Cabralism, indeed, does offer critical concepts and innovative analytical categories. It does, in fact, provide a wide range of principles and prospects that make intelligible the constantly changing character of contemporary colonialism, capitalism, and racism. Further, it seems to prophetically prefigure and point to new, untapped types of revolutionary movement, and even goes so far to suggest several distinct directions for future radical politics, critical social theory, and revolutionary praxis. Cabralism is distinctive in that it audaciously challenges contemporary theorists to actually, ontologically speaking, be simultaneously critical and theorists, intellectuals and activists. It explicitly asks that critical theorists embrace the dialectical task of transforming themselves and their societies, which, once again, are situated in specific historical moments, with concrete conditions, and particular social and political problems. Corroborating Cabral and, in a sense, updating his thesis that every reality has its own questions and its own answers for these questions, the Ghanaian philosopher Kwame Gyekye, 1995, has stated, philosophers belonging to a given culture or era or tradition select those concepts or clusters of concepts that, for one reason or another, matter most and that therefore are brought to the 258. 4. In their analysis. 7. These concepts and clusters of concepts are employed in so far as specific philosophers understand them to offer the most compelling and comprehensive means to alter contemporary societies and, even more, contemporary souls, following the fundamental thrust of Dubois' contributions to critical theory. 2. Gaikai, 1997, commented further. If one were to examine the cultural and historical setting of the intellectual focus, concerns, and direction of the individual thinker, one would be convinced, beyond doubt, that philosophy is a conceptual response to the basic human problems that arise in any given society in a given epoch. Such an examination would reveal that philosophers grapple at the conceptual level with problems and issues of their times, even though this does not mean that the relevance of their ideas, insights, arguments, and conclusions is to be tethered to those times, for, more often than not, the relevance of their insights and arguments, or at least some of them, transcends the confines of their own times and cultures and, thus, can be embraced by other cultures or societies or different generational epochs. In other words, a philosophical doctrine may be historical, that is, generated originally in response to some historical events or circumstances, without our having to look on it as historicistic, without our having to confine its significance simply to those times of history when it was actually produced. The fact that the philosophers who produced the ideas and arguments were giving conceptual response and attention to the experiences of their times needs to be stressed and constantly borne in mind. It was the problems of the time that constituted the points of departure for their reflective analyses. 19. Cabral impels Africana critical theory to consider the concrete conditions of philosophical settings, reminding us that it may be extremely useful to acknowledge and engage the fact that, and the manner in which, philosophy is inextricable from notions of, most especially, tradition, but also history and heritage as well. Another Ghanaian philosopher, Kwasi Wiredu, 1991, has asserted that the philosophy of a people is always a tradition, and that a tradition presupposes a certain minimum of organic relationships among, at least some of, its elements. 92. He goes on to observe, if a tradition of modern philosophy is to develop and flourish in Africa, there will have to be philosophical interaction and cross-fertilization among contemporary African workers in philosophy. 92. Inasmuch as it is reputedly a return to the history and culture of African peoples, Cabral's critical return to the source, suggests in no uncertain terms that Africana critical theory of contemporary society concern itself with the deconstruction of European-derived continental and diasporan African philosophical discourse, and the reconstruction of a radically decolonized and re-Africanized critical theory and praxis tradition, that is to say, what I have been referring to as the Africana tradition of critical theory and revolutionary praxis. The deconstruction of European-derived continental 259 and diasporan African philosophy presupposes that modern workers in Africana philosophy, and Africana studies in general, have the analytical skills and intellectual tools to undertake such an endeavor. Furthermore, this endeavor, being nothing less than what will be outlined in the subsequent paragraphs as Africana critical theory, must always and at its core as a critical self-conscious and critical self-reflective effort be willing and able to critique and correct its own subjective settings, concrete conditions, and insidiously inherited Eurocentric philosophical influences, as well as other imperialist intellectual influences, which in many, if not in most instances, keeps it from doing what Gaikai, 1997, among others, understands the fundamental tasks of philosophy to be: 1. Provide people with a fundamental system of beliefs to live by; 2. Determine the nature of human values and how these values can be realized concretely in human societies; 3. Speculate about the whole range of human experience by providing conceptual interpretations and analysis of that experience. necessarily doing so not only by responding to the basic issues and problems generated by that experience but also by suggesting new or alternative ways of thought and action, and, finally, 4. Offer conceptual responses to the problems posed in any given epoch for a given society or culture. 15, 23, 24, 27. To speak of an Africana critical theory in the contemporary moment means nothing less than speaking of, and actively engaging in, the critique, appreciation, appropriation, and disruption if need be of hitherto traditional or, even more, abstract academic and Eurocentric, European-influenced forms of continental and diasporan African philosophy and intellectualism. As Cabral's critical theory suggests, the engagement of any form or field of knowledge should always and ever be, not for scholasticism, abstract system building, or simply nostalgia's sake, but in the interest of real, live, suffering and struggling women, men, and children. In other words, not knowledge for knowledge's sake, but knowledge for life and liberation's sake. Again, Guy Kai offers Africana philosophers advice: philosophical knowledge and insight should benefit the society as a whole, not merely the philosophers personally. 18. As philosophers of African descent continue to rescue and rediscover, as well as critically engage and re-interpret various philosophical systems and traditions, we must be vigilant, remaining consistently conscious of the fact that no matter which form or field of philosophy we feel compelled to engage, it is our solemn duty, as philosophers, even more, as critical theorists of contemporary society, to do so in the spirit of Amilcar Cabral, seeking solutions to the enigmatic issues of our epoch, always and ever, willing and able to criticize and offer alternatives and correctives to contemporary crises and conundrums. Moving away from direct analysis of Cabral's corpus, here I would like to illustrate how his theory and praxis serves as a point of departure and paradigm for, as well as continues to influence the discursive formations and 260. Discursive practices of the Africana tradition of critical theory. Just as much as Dubois, Césaire, and Fanon, and in some instances even more than all of the aforementioned, Cabral laid the foundation for, and consequently must be considered one of the architects of Africana critical theory. But, the Africana tradition of critical theory does more than place iconic Africana intellectual activists in deep dialogue in the interest of combating imperialism. It, also, serves as a reservoir for the radical politics and revolutionary praxis emerging from the various divergent organizations and movements which have collectively contributed to what is commonly called the Black Radical tradition. Shifting from our discussion of the origins, evolution, and contributions of an individual Africana critical theorist, Amilcar Cabral, to a broader, brushstroke discussion of the origins, evolution, and ongoing contributions of the Africana tradition of critical theory, we now turn to the Black Radical tradition, which in many ways symbolizes a return to the source, of the Africana tradition of critical theory. Cabral, critical theory, and the Black Radical tradition. Amilcar Cabral did not die when the Portuguese secret police, via their agents of imperialism, mercilessly filled his body with bullets on the unforgiving night of January 20, 1973. In many ways he lives on in, and Cabralism continues to contribute to, the discourse and development of the Africana tradition of critical theory. But, detailing what Cabral contributed to Africana critical theory will mean moving beyond the kinds of close, critical interpretations of Cabralism that were more or less the hallmarks of chapters 3 through 5 and situating his thought within the wider world of radical politics and critical social theory in general, and Black radical politics and Africana critical theory in particular. All of this, undoubtedly, leads us to a series of queries. What is the Africana tradition of critical theory, or, rather, Africana critical theory? How does it differ from Frankfurt School critical theory? Why should contemporary critical theorists, Africana or otherwise, be concerned with Cabral and what he contributed to the Africana tradition of critical theory, especially now that the post-colonial period of African history and culture has been emphatically declared? Especially, too, when broadside condemnations of core elements of Africana critical theory, example critical race theory, Pan-Africanism, African nationalism, African socialism, negritude, fananism, feminism, womanism, Marxism, etc., abound uncontested? Why should contemporary critical theorists be interested in Africana critical theory at a time when the capitalist marketplace has transformed itself into a deus ex machina ordained to rescue humanity from centuries of ransacking and economic ruin? 261. And when voguish theories imported from England, France, Italy, and Germany promise to abundantly supply radicals in Africa, Asia, the Americas, and the Caribbean with the appearance of radical thought and revolutionary praxis without all the name-calling, nastiness, violence, and bloodshed of the, now thought to be mostly misguided, revolutions of the past. Lastly, why should contemporary critical theorists seriously engage the contributions emerging from anywhere other than Europe, and especially the famed Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory? An initial answer to the foregoing questions revolves around the fact that the economic comfort, hyperprivilege, and virtual affluence enjoyed by most Europeans and North Americans is predicated on and directly linked to the ongoing underdevelopment and continued colonization of Africa and Africans. Another, no less important, but obvious answer is that the forces of imperialism that Cabral and his comrades valiantly exposed and waged war against continues via neocolonialism and neocapitalism's Faustian desire to dominate the globe and has ultimately resulted in a series of global crises stemming from issues revolving around race, gender, class, sexual orientation, religious affiliation, cultural imperialism, war, ecological devastation, etc. Still yet another answer is that, as illustrated in chapters 3 through 5, Cabral's critical theory is distinct both within and without the Africana tradition of critical theory, and in a number of extremely important ways it provides unique solutions to several of the problems plaguing critical theory in general, and Africana critical theory of contemporary society in specific. Consequently, it is in bearing the foregoing questions and initial answers in mind that I will utilize Cabral's critical theory as a paradigm and point of departure to deepen and develop the Africana tradition of critical theory, all the while discursively demonstrating the obsolescence of some aspects of Cabral's thought, and the continued relevance of other elements of Cabralism. Throughout the expatiation of Africana critical theory to follow the lone conceptual constant is not that Cabralism provides a blueprint or some kind of panacea that will solve all of Africa's, or the world's, problems, but that when Cabral's critical theory is engaged objectively, when it ceases to be ghettoized and quarantined to the life worlds and life struggles of blacks and other people of color, when the long-standing epistemic apartheid that has haunted radical politics and critical social theory is lifted, Amilcar Cabral's life and legacy emerge as defining points of departure for contemporary critical theorists, Africana or otherwise, interested in broadening the base of radical politics and critical social theory in the 21st century. Cabral, perhaps more than any other Africana intellectual ancestor, provides the Africana tradition of critical theory with a deep and abiding grounding in African history, culture, and struggle that unapologetically and concretely links continental African struggles with, not only the struggles of the African 262 diaspora, but the struggles of the proletariat, the wretched of the earth, los trabajadores, las masses worldwide. As the ebb and flow of the 21st century increasingly reveals how many of the issues and ills of the 20th century continue to linger and loom, Cabral's critical theory and revolutionary praxis continues to haunt his intellectual heirs and political opponents in Africa and elsewhere. The thought and texts of this towering figure have been recurrently deified and demonized, exalted and ignored, defended, and disproved to such an extent that it almost invariably makes contemporary discussions of his contributions to radical politics and critical social theory suspect. In other words, and as I began this book by observing, critically engaging Cabral and the Africana tradition of critical theory, his work extends and expands is not for folk who are intellectually or politically faint of heart and, also, not for folk who would like to follow the latest intellectual and political trends imported from Europe or European America. The series of studies that constitute concepts of Cabralism neither simply about Cabral, nor the other critical theorists who ephemerally fill its pages. Much more, this book is about remembering a tradition of radicalism, and about how remembering that tradition in the 21st century, in the midst of even more insidious forms of anti-black racism, neo-colonialism, and a new unprecedented stage of global capitalist imperialism, in light of the advances of critical race theory, philosophy of race, history of race, sociology of race, psychology of race, anthropology of race, geography of race and, most especially, Africana studies anti-racism, and critique of Eurocentrism and white supremacy, provides us with an ideal opportunity to not only reflect on our inherited tradition, of radicalism and this cuts to the core of the matter. It offers us a rare occasion to deconstruct and reconstruct classical, and create new, contemporary thought and practice tradition, of radicalism. In the preceding chapters of this volume I analyzed and interrogated Cabral's critical theory, hence, here there is no need to summarily define or defend his theories and praxis. Simply put, Cabral vidas. Cabralismo continua. Amilcar Cabral lives on in the legacy he left, in his words and deeds, which continue to inspire and provide insight. However, here I would like to highlight how his critical theory emerged out of, deeply dialogues with, and continues to inform the Africana tradition of critical theory and, more generally, the Black radical tradition. 3. Why return to, and discursively deconstruct and reconstruct, the Black radical tradition? One reason is because we are witnessing and living through one of the most pervasive and profound crises in the history of human culture and civilization and, more specifically, in the histories, cultures, and struggles of continental and diasporan Africans, Dubois' most beloved but still bitterly embattled black folk, and Fanon's famous but somehow either ill-remembered or completely forgotten wretched of the earth. The current 263 crisis is both old and new, known and unknown, visible and invisible, and seemingly has the ability to elude even the keenest and most critical observers, who at their best have identified the key contemporary issues as follows: racism, sexism, capitalism, colonialism, heterosexism, Eurocentrism, religious intolerance, war, nuclear annihilation, ecological devastation, and animal extinction, etc. Along with being about Cabral's contributions to Africana critical theory, this book is also about the solutions that continental and diasporan Africans, via the much misunderstood Black radical tradition in particular, have historically, and currently continue to offer to these pressing problems. Invoking the Black radical tradition in an epoch of war and unprecedented religious rivalry, at a time when our global warming and war-torn world seems closer than ever before to that final fiery moment, may shock and awe many of my more conservative and neo-liberal-leaning readers. However, I believe that it is important to humbly, albeit strongly stress that this often despised, routinely overlooked, and frequently unengaged tradition of radicalism has, and continues to provide viable solutions to many of the problems confronting the contemporary world. Moreover, it is my belief that the enigmatic issues of the contemporary world are illuminated by Black radicals in unique ways that they have not been and are not now by Marxists, feminists, pragmatists, existentialists, phenomenologists, hermeneuticists, deconstructionists, post-structuralists, postmodernists, post-colonialists, critical pedagogues, liberation theologians, and neo-liberals, among others. The Black radical tradition is much more than a deconstructive response to white supremacy, European modernity, the African Holocaust, racial enslavement, racial colonialism, and racist capitalism, and the theories and praxis produced by its practitioners should not be ghettoized and quarantined to Black folk and/or the Black experience. In Prophesy Deliverance, 1982, the acclaimed African-American philosopher Cornel West persuasively argued that Africans were central to, if not the unacknowledged motors inside of the monstrous machines of European modernity and its aftermaths. For therefore, to truly comprehend the issues arising out of European modernity and, even more, the pastiche and pitfalls of postmodernity, a critical engagement of, not simply the Black experience, but Africana history, culture, and thought, and specifically the Black radical tradition, is probably prudent, if not outright necessary. European modernity globalized, among other things, white supremacy, and the Black radical tradition has consistently countered it, often providing glowing and irrefutable examples of European imperialism's inhumanity, among other contradictions. In this sense, then, the Black radical tradition offers more than 500 years of theory and praxis that could potentially aid contemporary continental and diasporan Africans, as well as other non-whites and even white anti-racist allies, in their efforts to rupture their rela. 264. Relationships with, not simply white supremacy but, considering the historical, and herhistorical, discourses and ongoing developments in womanism, Black feminism, Black liberation theology, revolutionary Black nationalism, Black Marxism, African socialism, and revolutionary decolonization, among others, the ways in which white supremacy overlaps, interlocks, and intersects with sexism, capitalism, and colonialism. What is often overlooked, and what I intend to intensely amplify here, is the historical fact that there is an undeniable and inextricable relationship between European modernity and the African Holocaust, racial enslavement, racial colonialism, and the rise and racist nature of capitalism. Moving far beyond, and actually going against, conventional, read, Eurocentric and white supremacist, conceptions of European modernity, from the critical points of view of non-Europeans, this insidious epoch had the exact opposite effects as it did for Europe and Europeans. Where we are told that European modernity bequeathed radical political breakthroughs with regard to the American Revolution of 1776 and the French Revolution of 1789, during this same period both the Americans and the French, among other European imperialist nations, participated in holocausts against, and the enslavement and colonization of non-Europeans, particularly Native Americans, Africans, and indigenous Australians. Where it is said that European modernity ushered in new notions of empire, what is most often not said is that they erected their empires on the carnage and ruins of the nation-states, rather, even more, on the cultures and civilizations, on the sciences and technologies of various non-European peoples. Where we are told time and time again that European modernity contributed the modern philosophical foundation for the arts and the sciences, no mention is made of the many millions of ways in which non-Europeans have not simply influenced and inspired European artists and scientists, but in many instances provided them with points of departure, the basic architecture, if you will, and the very tools through which they have built their modern haunted houses and postmodern plantations. 5. European modernity, and its postmodern interpretation, has always been and remains one long self-congratulatory and narcissistic narrative, which has at its heart a centuries-spanning celebration of Europe's Europeanization, Europe's civilization and Christianization, Europe's whitewashing of the entire dark, unenlightened, non-European world. Deeply embedded in the discourse of, and the discourse on, European modernity is a latent Eurocentric intellectual insularity and Eurocentric epistemic exclusiveness that has been universalized and normalized as a result of Europe's international imperialism. This means, then, that almost all modern and postmodern intellectual activity, whether by whites or non-whites, unless it is critically conscious of white supremacy, adheres in one way or another to Eurocentric paradigms of intellectualism, scholarly research, radicalism, and even revolution. 265. Consequently, this conundrum, this riddle of modern and postmodern radicalism, has profoundly influenced and impacted the history of classical and contemporary thought in general, and the study of modern Africana intellectual history in particular. Therefore, even though Africana studies, among other emerging disciplines, has made many strong strides in developing deconstructive devices for the critique of Eurocentrism in the arts, sciences, and society at large, it has been woefully weak in self-reflexively putting forward reconstructive tools and theories that move beyond the critique of Eurocentrism and that emphasize the importance of revisiting and revising, as well as extending and expanding traditions of black radicalism and, equally important, traditions of revolutionary humanism. This has been the major motif and main concern of the present volume, my little labor of love, if you will. Much more than neo-black radicalism, Africana critical theory is a 21st century outgrowth of efforts, example negritude, Pan-Africanism, African socialism, Black Marxism, Du Boisism, Fanonism, and Cabralism, aimed at accenting the dialects of deconstruction and reconstruction, and the dialectics of domination and liberation in classical and contemporary, continental and diasporan African life worlds and life struggles. Its major preoccupation has been and remains synthesizing classical and contemporary black radical theory with black revolutionary praxis. Consequently, Africana Studies provides Africana critical theory with its philosophical foundation, and primary point, of departure, as it, Africana Studies, decidedly moves beyond monodisciplinary approaches to Africana phenomena. More than any other intellectual arena, Africana Studies has consistently offered the black radical tradition its highest commendations and its most meticulous criticisms. It is, also, the academic discipline that most inspired Africana critical theory's unique method, unique especially when compared to other forms of critical theory that emerge from traditional disciplines, because Africana Studies is a transdisciplinary discipline, that is to say, a discipline that transgresses, transverses, and transcends the academic boundaries and intellectual borders, the color lines and racial chasms, and the jingoism and gender injustice of traditional single phenomenon. Focused disciplines, owing to the fact that at its best it poses problems and seeks solutions on behalf of Africana, and other struggling, people employing the theoretic innovations of both the social sciences and humanities, as well as the political breakthroughs of grassroots radical and revolutionary social movements. 6. By intensely examining Cabral's theories and praxis, as well as several of the antecedents and major influences on the evolution of his radical politics and critical social theory. Concepts of Cabralism simultaneously, introduces, chronicles, and analyzes several of the core characteristics of the Africana tradition of critical theory. Here I have been primarily, and 266. Almost exclusively, concerned with Cabral's theoretical and political legacies, that is to say, with the ways in which he constructed, deconstructed, and reconstructed theory and the aims, objectives, and concrete outcomes of his theoretical applications and discursive practices. Beginning with the Negritude movement, and specifically Leopold Senghor and Aimé César's thought, then moving to Frantz Fanon's discourse on radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization, and, finally, undertaking an extended engagement of Cabral's critical theory and core contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory, this study chronicles and critiques, revisits, and revises the black radical tradition with an eye toward the ways in which classical black radicalism informs, or should inform, not only contemporary black radicalism but contemporary efforts to create a new anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, and sexual orientation-sensitive critical theory of contemporary society, what I call Africana critical theory. But, the critics of Africana critical theory have been quick to query, isn't critical theory Eurocentric? I usually respond speaking almost in a whisper so that they will know that I am sincere when I say gently but emphatically, no. Then I go on, Frankfurt School critical theory may be Eurocentric, but critical theory, in a general sense, is not Eurocentric. If we take that argument, the assertion that critical theory is Eurocentric, to its logical conclusion, then, ultimately, we are saying that critical thinking, that deep theorizing, that philosophizing is Eurocentric. And, what is worse, we are saying this without really taking into serious consideration that most forms of philosophy or theorizing are interrelated and have roots in ancient or classical intellectual traditions, and most, if not all, Africana studies scholars and students know that ancient African intellectual traditions, take Kemet or Egypt as an initial example, provided the very foundations upon which philosophy was built. 7. Part of the problem, I surmise, has to do with the fact that frequently the only form of critical theory that most people, including most Africana studies scholars and students, have been exposed to is Frankfurt School critical theory. However, truth be told, there are many forms, many traditions, of critical theory. 8. What the critics of Africana critical theory fail to understand is that the body of literature that constitutes the Frankfurt School of critical theory is but one European group's efforts to identify what they understand to be the most pressing problems of their age and put forward viable solutions to those problems. 9. In a nutshell, this is what critical theory, in the most general sense, entails. This is its basic method. The fact that so many sophisticated theorists, in Africana studies in specific, cannot seem to comprehend that posing problems and searching for solutions to those problems, not only preceded the Frankfurt School but, especially in the Africana tradition of critical theory, raised questions and offered answers above and beyond the intellectual, ethical, social and political universe, of the Eurocentric tradi. 267. Of critical theory, is truly astonishing and, it seems to me, symptomatic of their intense internalization of what Dubois dubbed double consciousness, and what I have identified as intellectual historical amnesia and the diabolical dialectic of white intellectual superiority and black intellectual inferiority. In point of fact, W.E.B. Du Bois, who provides the Africana tradition of critical theory with its primary point of departure, graduated from Harvard University with a Ph.D. in history in 1895, the very same year that the oldest member of the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory, Max Horkheimer, was born. Prior to graduating with a doctorate from Harvard, Du Bois, as is well known, earned a bachelor's degree from Fisk University, where he studied German, Greek, Latin, classical literature, philosophy, ethics, chemistry, and physics, received a second bachelor's degree, cum laude, in philosophy and a master's degree in history, both from Harvard, and completed his doctoral studies, studying history, economics, politics, and political economy, at Friedrich Wilhelm University, now the University of Berlin, in Germany. Therefore, Du Bois, literally, was developing and doing authentic interdisciplinary critical social theory either before the Frankfurt School critical theorists were born or, at the least, when they were toddlers. One need look no further, for instance, than his early, critical politico-sociological works, which helped to inaugurate American sociology and, especially, sociology of race, and his early interdisciplinary social and community studies of black life and culture with which he, of course, initiated Africana studies, the suppression of the African slave trade to the United States of America, 1638 to 1870, the conservation of races, careers open to college-bred Negroes, the Philadelphia Negro. A social study, the Atlanta University publications under his editorship, The Souls of Black Folk, The Talented Tenth, and his early social and community studies posthumously published in W.E.B. Du Bois on Sociology and the Black Community, 1978, The Social Theory of W.E.B. Du Bois, 2004, and W.E.B. Du Bois and the Sociological Imagination, A Reader, 1897-1914, 2009, among others. 10. Some of my critics have said, well, why are you calling your work critical theory, then, if it is not Eurocentric? Why not call it something else? Again, I calmly, almost quietly, respond saying, another element of critical theory that intellectually attracted me to it was its almost inherent emphasis on linking theory with praxis. Now, as I understand Africana histories, cultures, and struggles, we black folk have been connecting our words and deeds, our ideas and actions for quite some time. So, since this is perhaps one of the most popular intellectual and political terms designating praxis promoting theory or theory with practical intent, then, I decided to employ it as one of my mentors, Lucius Outlaw, 2005, is fond of saying in the interests of black folk. 11. 268. I have, also, pointed out to many of my critics that I am fairly fluent in Swahili and could have easily provided Africana critical theory with a Swahili name, Nilwa, but my intention is to make my work accessible to as wide an audience as possible, across the borders and boundaries of race, gender, class, sexual orientation, religious affiliation, and nation, not simply to black academics and Africana studies scholars nationally, but to the black masses, other non-whites, and, even, white anti-racists and white race traitors internationally. On several occasions I have pointed out the fallacy of attempting to dismiss Africana critical theory solely on the basis of nomenclature by observing that many of its critics continue to work in disciplines, in the academy, and critique and produce theory. Even if we were to critically engage just one of these European language-based terms, say, theory, it, too, is not free from Eurocentric baggage. For example, the etymology of the word theory is derived from the Greek word theoria, theta epsilon omega rho alpha, which corresponds with the Latin word contemplatio, which essentially means to survey, to look at, to gaze at, or to be aware or conscious of. There are correlations between the oria and another Greek word, theos or Zeus, each of which means God, theta epsilon, and each of which goes far to demonstrate that for the Greeks the theorist, omicron theta epsilon omega rho eta tau iota kappa, is supposed to view the world as God would. 12 And, consequently, in seeing the world the way God would, the theorist is supposed to search for and see the truth, alpha lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, and reveal the truth about the world. I seriously doubt that Africana studies scholars will suddenly stop calling their conceptual generations theory because it is derived from a Greek word and emerges from Greek history, Greek culture, and Greek mythology. Therefore, we must all keep in mind that the great bulk of our modern discourse has taken and is currently taking place in European colonial languages and in a white supremacist world, and that what we have to do for the foreseeable future is faithfully following Amilcar Cabral's example, Africanize anything that can be used in our efforts to continue and further develop the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. This means, then, that Africana critical theory is incomprehensible without a thorough and critical knowledge of Africana intellectual history, the history of Africana philosophy, and the controversial history of anti-Eurocentric Africana appropriation and Africanization of European, among other cultures and civilizations, languages, thoughts, and practices. Therefore, those who quickly and uncritically claim that Africana critical theory is Eurocentric because they hold the historically and intellectually uninformed belief that all critical theory is Eurocentric, not only misunderstand and misrepresent critical theory in a general sense, but they also put their internalized Eurocentrism, intellectual historical amnesia, ungroundedness in Africana intellectual history and, perhaps even, their anti-Africana. 269. Conceptual generation, on display. The critics of Africana critical theory seriously err when they argue, often without undertaking a thorough investigation of Africana critical theory, that it is nothing other than Frankfurt School critical theory in blackface, or black Marcusean or black Habermasian critical social theory. As has been witnessed above and as will be witnessed below, in the subsequent sections, although several Africana critical social theorists, myself included, have been influenced by the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory, it would be foolhardy and fallacious to assume that such influence functions as a prerequisite or, even more, as a cause as opposed to a unique paradigmatic opportunity that is actually more indicative of the Eurocentric colonization of intellectual history and the world of ideas. What is more, and as will be discussed in detail below, if any intellectual tradition, or classical theorists serve as progenitors and prerequisites for Africana critical theory, undoubtedly that honor should be bestowed on W. E. B. Du Bois, Frantz Fanon, and Amilcar Cabral, because they above and beyond all others have prefigured and provided the primary paradigms and practical points of departure for the discourse and development of the Africana tradition of critical theory. To take this a step further, even in its anti-Eurocentric Africana appropriation and Africanization of certain models and methods of the Frankfurt School or other European traditions of critical theory, Africana critical theory utilizes the revolutionary rationale and the revolutionary intellectual and political resources of its own tradition of critical theory as a critical theoretical criteria. In particular, and as has been discussed in detail in chapters 3 through 5 of the present volume, it is the words and wisdom of Amilcar Cabral, which has indelibly influenced Africana critical theory's emphasis on appropriation and Africanization, and especially when he wisely warned, a people who free themselves from foreign domination will not be culturally free unless, without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressor's culture and other cultures, they return to the upwards paths of their own culture. To return to the upwards paths of our own culture would mean, at least in part, sidestepping racial and cultural essentialists' claims against, and narrow-minded nationalists' knee-jerk reactions to, everything European or non-African. Moreover, I reiterate, it would also mean making a critical and, even more, a dialectical distinction between the abominations and undeniable negatives of white supremacy and Eurocentrism, on the one hand, and the positives of European and other cultures' authentic contributions to progressive human culture and civilization, on the other hand. Again, the Africana tradition of critical theory predates the Eurocentric tradition of critical theory, and it takes classical Africana intellectual activists, such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Frantz Fanon, and Amilcar Cabral as primary points of departure, not the Frankfurt School critical theorists. However, 270. And I should emphasize this, Africana critical theory is not afraid to intellectually interrogate, critically dialogue with, or astutely appropriate theoretic breakthroughs contributed by the Frankfurt School and other traditions of critical theory if it can Africanize them and put them to use in efforts to deepen and further develop the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. It is, therefore, extremely intellectually insincere of the critics of Africana critical theory to harp on a handful of Eurocentric influences without critically grappling with and attempting to grasp how or the ways in which it seeks to Africanize and utilize aspects of Eurocentric theory and methods against the Europeanization process and, even further, I reiterate, in our efforts to continue and further develop the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. It is, also, extremely intellectually disingenuous on the part of the critics of Africana critical theory to hoot and holler about the inclusion of some carefully and critically selected insights from a couple of the critical theorists of the Frankfurt School without seriously comprehending that all of the primary points of departure of Africana critical theory have been and continue to be drawn from classical and contemporary, continental, and diasporan African intellectual activists. In other words, to contend that European critical theorists were the initiators of critical theory, to place them as the cause and Africana critical theory and Africana critical theorists as the effect is, quite simply, to place the proverbial cart before the horse. It is to intellectually erase or, at the least, to render intellectually invisible, continental and diasporan Africans as intellectual and political agents and inventors. It is, as the Caribbean political theorist Anthony Bogues, 2003, observed, to study the thought of black thinkers as primarily derivative, and this, of course, only continues Europeanization and Eurocentric intellectual colonization, because Africana thinkers, then, are never credited with intellectual independence and originality. 2. Part of my task in the remainder of this chapter entails further elaborating on the distinct conception of critical theory that Cabral directly contributed to, and Cabralism continues to influence. This conception of critical theory, Africana critical theory, is grounded in and grows out of Africana studies, and specifically the discourses of continental and diasporan African history, philosophy, and social science. Contrary to the plethora of polemics, simplifications, mystifications, and misinterpretations of the black radical tradition, it indeed does make several significant contributions to the discourses of Africana studies and contemporary critical theory. In an effort to emphasize these contributions, as well as how Cabral's critical theory, whether directly or indirectly, influenced their evolution, below I will discuss the relationship between black radical theory and black revolutionary praxis. 271. Critical social theory in general, and, ultimately, my discursively distinct conception of Africana critical theory. By analyzing and criticizing black radical thought, and the politico-economic and socio-cultural situations to which it responds, its theories and praxis can be accessed and assessed for their contribution to 1. Contemporary Africana studies and critical social theory, 2. Grassroots and mass movements calling for radical/revolutionary social transformation, and 3. Future moral and multicultural social thought and political practices. In what follows I will, first, discuss some of the distinct differences between Africana critical theory, critical race theory, critical class theory, Eurocentric or white Marxism, black Marxism, and black radicalism. Second, I will examine the relationship between black radical theory and black revolutionary praxis, all the while exploring the contours of the Africana tradition of critical theory. Third, I will critically engage the nature and nuances of philosophy, radical politics, and social theory in Africana studies in an effort to further demonstrate Africana critical theory's distinct continental and diasporan African primary sources of knowledge and primary sites of struggle. And, finally, I conclude this chapter by emphasizing the book's recurring theme of the deconstruction and reconstruction of radical politics and critical social theory mediated through Cabral and other Africana critical theorists' contributions. The crisis of contemporary critical theory. Developing a deeper dialogue between the black and white Marxist traditions of critical theory. For over a decade, critical social theorists have been issuing calls for a more multicultural, race and gender-focused, and broad ER-based critical theory, Kellner 1995, 20. Unfortunately, however, few of their fellow critical theorists have taken their summons seriously. One of the glaring ironies and intellectual injustices of contemporary critical theory is that even with the academic popularity of feminism, post-colonialism and, more recently, critical race theory, the white and male-dominated discourse, of critical theory have yet to develop meaningful and in-depth dialogues with these discursive communities. As a matter of fact, in the introduction to their groundbreaking volume, New Critical Theory, 2001, William Wilkerson and Jeffrey Paris admit, the challenge to critical theorists to rethink their presuppositions according to the realities of non-European cultures and technologies remains the most under-thematized aspect of critical theories new and old. 8. Part of the current crisis of critical theory has to do with its often uncritical reliance on classical Marxist concepts and categories without sufficiently revising and synthesizing them with new, especially non-Marxian and non-European, theoretical and political developments. Classical Marxism Privy. 272. Legged class and the proletariat as the agents of revolutionary social transformation, while unwittingly neglecting the overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting nature of racism and sexism in capitalist and colonialist societies. In The Obsolescence of Marxism, one of the leading European American critical theorists, Douglas Kellner, 1995, argued that it is widely accepted that classical Marxism exaggerates the primacy of class and downplays the salience of gender and race. Clearly, oppression takes place in many more spheres than just the economic and the workplace, so a radical politics of the future should take account of gender and race as well as class. 20. Notice that Kellner did not call for a complete rejection of Marxism and class theory but coupling it, revising and synthesizing it with cutting-edge race and gender theory. Many black radicals and multicultural Marxists, I believe, would partially agree with Kellner when he further stated, "We need to build on viable political and theoretical perspectives and resources of the past, and I would argue that Marxism continues to provide vital resources for radical theory and politics today. In sum, I believe that we need new theoretical and political syntheses, drawing on the best of classical Enlightenment theory, Marxian theory, feminism, and other progressive theoretical and political currents of the present. Key aspects for such new syntheses, however, are found in the Marxian tradition, and those who prematurely abandon it are turning away from a tradition that has been valuable since Marx's day and will continue to be so in the foreseeable future. Consequently, Marxism is not yet obsolete. Rather, the Marxian theory continues to provide resources and stimulus for critical theory and radical politics in the present age. 25-26, 13. Kellner and Africana critical theory, however, part company when and where he gives a detailed discussion of the relevance of European-derived and developed theories or, rather, Eurocentric theories, for example, Enlightenment theory, Marxism, and feminism, and only alludes to the work of non-European theorists or, as he put it, other progressive theoretical and political currents for renewing radical politics and critical social theory in the present, my emphasis. To his credit, Kellner contended, radical politics today should be more multicultural, race and gender focused, and broad-based than the original Marxian theory. 20. But, he does not identify or critically engage the other progressive theoretical and political currents the way, nor to the depth and detail to which he does a plethora of white male radical thinkers whose thought, he believes, contributes indelibly to the reconstruction of critical social theory. Kellner is not alone in arguing for the continued importance of Marxism for contemporary radical politics and the reconstruction of critical social theory. In Toward a New Critical Theory, another leading European-American critical theorist, James Marsh, 2001, audaciously asserted, a. 273. Critical theory without Marx is a critical theory that is insufficiently critical. 57. He further observed, I think we need a much fuller appropriation and use of Marx than is going on in either postmodernism or Habermasian critical theory. If capitalism is deeply pathological and unjust, as I think it is and as I have argued in all of my works, then we need the resources of what still remains the deepest and most comprehensive critique of capitalist political economy, that which occurs in the late Marx in the pages of the Grundrisse, Capital, and Theories of Surplus Value, a total of 7 volumes that are more relevant than ever. For these reasons, I draw on Marx's theory of exploited labor in the workplace, his theory of tyranny, in which the economy and money impinge on non-economic aspects of the life world in a way that is absurd, his theory of a marginalized industrial reserve army, his theory of value and surplus value, and his account of substantive socialism. Capitalist pathology is not just colonization of life world by system, although that is certainly an important part of such pathology, but includes exploitation, tyranny, domination, and marginalization as well. 57. As with Kellner's claims, Marsh is on point when he asserts the comprehensive character of Marx's critique of capitalism. Similar to Kellner, he warns contemporary critical theorists about the intellectual insularity and epistemic exclusiveness of their discourse, and even goes so far to say that both modern and postmodern critical theory runs the risk of being idealistic in a bad sense, that is, insufficiently attentive to the task of interpreting, criticizing, and overcoming late capitalism in its racist, sexist, classist, and heterosexist aspects. We, modernists and postmodernists alike, need to get down to the job of social transformation. 53. Now, after taking all this in, one of the first critical thoughts that passes through the mind of a non-European/non-Eurocentric anti-sexist critical social theorist is, how will radical politics and critical theory become more multicultural, and race and gender focused, as Kellner contends, if it does not turn to the thought and texts of the most progressive and, even further, critical race and gender theorists, some of whom happen to be non-European radical theorists and revolutionary intellectual activists, particularly folk of African origin or descent, and some of whom, of course, are women, and non-white women in specific. According to the Caribbean radical political theorist, Anthony Bogues, 2003, who wrote in Black Heretics, Black Prophets, Radical Political Intellectuals, in Radical Historical Studies, when one excavates a different archive, alternative categories are opened up, 86. To be sure, black radical theorists, such as W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Frantz Fanon, Amilcar Cabral, Angela Davis, and Walter Rodney, deployed Marxism, but in their hands the categories used to describe historical processes were wrought into something else, 81. That something else which Marxian categories were. 274. Shaped and molded into by these theorists was based on their critical understanding of continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle. Africana history, culture, and struggle are the deeply disregarded different archives that black radicals work with and operate from. These archives are not only in many senses distinctly divergent from the archives of white Marxists, but embedded in them are recurring anti-racist and cultural motifs that shade and color black radical politics and Africana critical social theory. White Marxists' efforts to diminish and downplay racial domination and discrimination have made black radicals' marriage to Marxism a turbulent and very unhappy one. For example, in From Class to Race, Essays in White Marxism and Black Radicalism, the Caribbean philosopher Charles W. Mills, 2003, maintains. Throughout the 20th century, many people of color were attracted to Marxism because of its far-ranging historical perspective, its theoretical centering of oppression, and its promise of liberation. But many of these recruits would later become disillusioned, both with Marxist theory and the practice of actual, white, Marxist parties. The historical vision turned out to be Eurocentric. The specificities of their racial oppression were often not recognized but were dissolved into supposedly all-encompassing class categories, and the liberation envisaged did not include as a necessary goal the dismantling of white supremacy in all its aspects. Cedric Robinson's pioneering Black Marxism, 2000, first published in 1983, recounts the long-troubled history of left-wing black diasporic intellectuals, W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, George Padmar, Richard Wright, Aimé Césaire, with white Marxism, and it argues for the existence of a distinct black radical political tradition whose historic foci and concerns cannot be simply assimilated to mainstream white Marxist theory. So even if the origin of white supremacy is most plausibly explained within a historical materialist framework that locates it in imperialist European expansionism as the product, ultimately, of class forces and bourgeois class interests, race as an international global structure then achieves an intersubjective reality whose dialectic cannot simply be reduced to a class dynamic. 16. In other words, black radicals' issues with white Marxism often stem from the fact that they understand racism to be both economic and experiential. Racial oppression has more than merely an economic exploitative or class dimension that can coolly and calmly be conjectured by well-meaning white Marxist social scientists. 14. As I discussed in detail in Forms of Phenonism and Against Epistemic Apartheid, racism is malleable and motive, and white Marxists' insensitive attempts to reduce it to an outgrowth or offshoot of class struggle, or something internal to class conflict, robs the economically exploited and racially oppressed of an opportunity to critically theorize their lived reality and a major determinant of their historical, cultural, social, and political identities and struggles. 275. Many black radicals, especially black Marxists, are at pains to point out that their criticisms should not be taken in the spirit of a complete repudiation of Marxism, since, they maintain, a modified historical materialism might be able to carry out an adequate conceptualization of the significance of race, C. W. Mills 2003, 16, 17, emphasis in original. But, the long-standing problem has been and remains white Marxists' inconsideration and unwillingness to critically grasp and grapple with the political economy of race and racism, in both capitalist and colonialist societies, in their extension and expansion of Marxian concepts and categories. Black Marxists have historically exhibited an epistemic openness, one quite characteristic of the Africana tradition of critical theory, to critical class theory in a way brazenly counter to white Marxists' almost universal unreceptiveness to, intellectual disinterestedness in, and gnarly neglect of, critical race theory. 15. Critical race theory, which could be defined as anti-racist praxis promoting theory critical of the ways in which white supremacy impacts non-white individuals and institutions, has its origins in the work of several civil rights lawyers in the early 1980s. Often associated with the critical legal studies, CLS, movement, which demonstrated in dizzying ways that law is neither neutral nor apolitical, critical race theory began by challenging the racial neutrality of the law. 16. Non-white legal studies scholars, in complete agreement with the argument that law is non-neutral, criticized the mostly white male leaders of the CLS movement for failing to recognize and critically theorize the crucial role and continued relevance of race in social and political interactions and institutions. Their work was quickly recognized as critical race theory, and they themselves as critical race theorists. In recent years, the term critical race theory has become what the Palestinian intellectual activist Edward Said, 1999, 2000, referred to as a traveling theory, moving in and out of intellectual and political discursive communities far from its theoretical and intellectual origins, and with each move taking on new or multiple meanings and losing some of its original intent and logic. In this sense, then, I argue that critical race theory should not be thought of as an uncritical coupling of anti-racism with Marxism/critical class theory, or limited to the work of the last 30 years or so explicitly identified under the rubric of critical race theory. Its intellectual history and political journey, like that of the Africana tradition of critical theory, has been much more complicated than previously noted, especially when read against the backdrop of Africana intellectual history, Black radical theory, and Black revolutionary praxis. Within the Africana world of ideas and Africana intellectual history there has been and remains radical anti-racist thought on racial domination and discrimination, and specifically white supremacy, that prefigures and provides a Black radical point of departure for contemporary critical race theory and, if truth be told, critical white studies. 17. Here I am hinting at what could be called classical critical race theory, which is not now and has never. 276. Been an outgrowth of white Marxism or the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory and, in fact, was underway long before the birth of Karl Marx. Well ahead of Marxism and the Frankfurt School, as W.E.B. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction and C.L.R. James's The Black Jacobins eloquently illustrate, enslaved Africans developed critical anti-racist thought traditions in their efforts to topple white supremacy and cut capitalism and colonialism off at their knees, Du Bois 1995a, C.L.R. James 1963. Enslaved African intellectual activists sought solutions to social and political problems as passionately and radically as indeed, perhaps even more passionately and radically than the white working class, who, as the Caribbean historian and politician Eric Williams observed in Capitalism and Slavery, 1966, profited from, were complicit in, and racially privileged as a result of the very white supremacist and enslaving system dominating and discriminating against blacks and other non-whites. Usually critical theory is linked to modernity and the European Enlightenment, and modernity is only thought of from a Eurocentric point of view, that is to say, in the aftermath of European imperial expansion around the globe. What it means to be modern translates into how well Europeans and non-Europeans emulate European imperialist thought, culture, politics, aesthetics, etc. But, if one were to critically call into question Eurocentric and imperial conceptions of what it means to be modern, then, the very alternative categories that Bogues discussed above, are opened up, and contemporary critical theorists are able to observe, perhaps for the first time, first, that it was on the fringes of Europe's imperial free-for-all, in the imperial outposts in the colored world where racism and colonialism were naturalized, where modernity was conceived, and in some senses aborted, and, second, that many of modernity's most perplexing problems were initially put forward and keenly considered by non-European, racialized and colonized, indigenous and enslaved intellectual activists. Charles W. Mills, 2003, writes poignantly of this paradox and oft-ignored predicament, and his penetrating words are worth quoting at length. All the issues we now think of as defining critical theory's concerns were brought home to the racially subordinated, the colonized, and enslaved, in the most intimate and brutal way, the human alienation, the instrumentalization and deformation of reason in the service of power, the critique of abstract individualism, the paradox of reconciling proclamations of humanism with mass murder, the need to harness normative theory to the practical task of human liberation. So if Marx's proletariat too often had to have proletarian consciousness imputed, in George Lukács' infamous phrase, to them, and if the relation between Marxism and the actual working class outlook was often more a matter of faith and hopeful counterfactuals than actuality, what the workers would think if only, then oppositional ideas on race have shaped the consciousness of the racially subordinated for centuries. If white workers 277 have been alienated from their product, then people of color, especially black slaves, have been alienated from their personhood. If Enlightenment reason has been complicit with bourgeois projects, then it has been even more thoroughly corrupted by its accommodation to white supremacy. If liberal individualism has not always taken white workers fully into account, then it has often excluded non-whites altogether. If it was a post-World War II challenge to explain how the civilized Germany of Goethe and Beethoven could have carried out the Jewish and Romani holocausts, then it is a far older challenge to explain how civilized Europe as a whole could have carried out the savage genocide of indigenous populations and the barbaric enslavement of millions. And finally, if Marx's proletarians have been called upon to see and lose their chains, and have often seemed quite well adjusted to them, then people of color, Native American populations, enslaved and later Jim Crowed Africans in the New World, the colonized, have historically had little difficulty in recognizing their oppression. After all, the chains were often literal, and in seeking to throw it off. So if the ideal of fusing intellectual history with political practice has been the long-term goal of critical class theory, it has been far more frequently realized in the nascent critical race theory of the racially subordinated, whose oppression has been more blatant and unmediated and for whom the urgency of their situation has necessitated a direct connection between the normative and practical emancipation. 18. Critical theories are not simply a synthesis of philosophy, radical politics, and social theory, but also a combination of history and cultural criticism. Each version of critical theory, whether critical race theory or critical class theory, seeks to radically reinterpret and revise history in light of, for example, race and racism for critical race theorists, or capitalism and class struggle for critical class theorists. In order to thoroughly comprehend a given phenomenon, critical theorists believe that one must contextualize it within its historical context, testing and teasing out tensions between the phenomenon and the cultural, social, political, economic, scientific, aesthetic, and religious, among other, institutions and struggles of its epoch. Mills makes the point that although white Marxists/critical class theorists have repeatedly revisited the connection between theory and praxis, more often than not the revolutions their works spawned have been theoretical and one-dimensional, i.e., obsessively focused on the critique of capitalism, as opposed to practical and multidimensional, i.e., simultaneously critiquing capitalism and racism and colonialism. Black radical/critical race theorists, he observes, have frequently been more successful at linking radical, anti-racist and anti-capitalist theory to liberation struggles and social movements because their oppression has been more blatant and unmediated, and because their situation has necessitated a direct connection between the normative and practical emancipation. The situation that Mills is referring to is simultaneously historical, social, political, and economic, not to mention deeply raced and gendered. 278. So, although critical race theorists and critical class theorists both have macro-socio-historical concerns, in the end it all comes down to, not necessarily the way they shift and bend the critical theoretical method for their particular purposes, but what they shift and bend the critical theoretical method to address. For most white Marxists, race and racism are seemingly non-entities, but for many black Marxists capitalism is utterly incomprehensible without connecting it to the rise of race, racism, racial violence, white supremacy, and racial colonialism. Hence, black radicals' constant creation of timelines and topographies of the political economy of race and racism in capitalist and colonialist contexts, an emphasis on revising and advancing alternatives to Eurocentric historiography and Marxist historical materialism in light of white supremacist and European imperialist concepts and ruling race narratives that render race and racism historically invisible, obsolete, or non-existent. Where white Marxist/critical class theorists have a long-standing history of neglecting, not only the political economy of race and racism but the distinct radical thought traditions, life worlds, and life struggles of continental and diasporan Africans in capitalist and colonialist contexts, primarily utilizing the black radical tradition, Africana critical theory endeavors to accent the overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting character of capitalism, colonialism, racism, and sexism, among other forms of domination, oppression, and exploitation. This means, then, that Africana critical theory transgresses and transcends the white Marxist tradition of critical theory in light of its epistemic openness and emphasis on continuously critically and dialectically deepening and developing the basic concepts and categories of its socio-theoretical framework and synthesizing disparate discourses into its own original anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, and sexual orientation-sensitive critical theory of contemporary society. Let us, then, take a deeper, perhaps, more dialectical look at the contours and character of this new conception of critical social theory that utilizes Africana intellectual history, Africana philosophy, and the black radical tradition, as its primary points of departure. The Africana tradition of critical theory, combining continental and diasporan African history, philosophy, radical politics, and critical social theory. At its core, Africana critical theory advances and applies two major dialectical presuppositions, the dialectics of deconstruction and reconstruction and the dialectics of domination and liberation. Its major conceptual preoccupation is synthesizing classical and contemporary, national and international. 279. Black radical theory with black revolutionary praxis. It will be recollected that Africana critical theory's dialectics of deconstruction and reconstruction were briefly discussed above and, as a result, need not be reiterated in great detail here. Therefore, it is to the dialectics of domination and liberation that our current discussion will be predominantly devoted. In addition, then, to being a critical theory of deconstruction and reconstruction, Africana critical theory is theory critical of domination and discrimination in classical and contemporary, continental, and diasporan African life worlds and life struggles. It is a style of critical theorizing, inextricably linked to progressive political practice, that highlights and accents black radicals and black revolutionaries' answers to the key questions posed by the major forms and forces of domination and discrimination that have historically and continue currently to shape and mold our modern/postmodern and/or neocolonial/postcolonial world. Africana critical theory involves not only the critique of domination and discrimination, but also a deep commitment to human liberation and radical/revolutionary democratic socialist transformation. Similar to other traditions of critical social theory, Africana critical theory is concerned with thoroughly analyzing contemporary society in light of its used and unused or abused capabilities for improving the human and deteriorating environmental condition, Marcuse 1964, Sly, see also Wilkerson and Paris 2001. What distinguishes and helps to define Africana critical theory is its emphasis on the often overlooked continental and diasporan African contributions to critical theory. It draws from critical thought and philosophical traditions rooted in the realities of continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle. Which is to say, Africana critical theory inherently employs a methodological orientation and modes of interpretation that highlight and accent black radicalism and Africana philosophies, as Leonard Harris, 1983, said, born of struggle. 18 And, if it need be said at this point, the black liberation struggle is simultaneously national and international, transgender and transgenerational and, therefore, requires multidimensional and multiperspectival theory in which to interpret and explain the various diverse phenomena, philosophical motifs, and social and political movements characteristic of, to use Fanon's famous phrase, l'expérience vécue du noir, the lived experience of the black, that is to say, the reality of constantly and simultaneously wrestling and wrangling with racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism, among other forms of domination, oppression, and exploitation. 19. Why, one may ask, focus on black radicals and black revolutionaries' theories of social change? An initial answer to this question takes us directly to W.E.B. Du Bois' 1986 dictum, in The Conservation of Races, that people of African origin and descent have a contribution to make to civilization and humanity which their historic experiences of Holocaust, enslave. 280. Meant, colonization, segregation, and apartheid have long throttled and thwarted. 825. He maintained that, the methods which we evolved for opposing slavery and fighting prejudice are not to be forgotten, but learned for our own and others' instruction. Du Bois 1973, 144. Hence, Du Bois solemnly suggested that black liberation struggle, i.e., the combined continental and diasporan African fight, for freedom may have much to contribute to critical theory, and his comments here also, ironically, hit at the heart of one of the core concepts of critical theory, the critique of domination and discrimination. 20 Where the primary preoccupations of the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory during its first wave centered around the critique of antisemitism, Nazism, fascism, vulgar communism, capitalism, and scientism, beginning with Du Bois' legendary leadership of the Atlanta Sociological Laboratory in the 1890s, which is to say, close to a quarter of a century prior to the emergence of the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research in 1923, the Africana tradition of critical theory has been primarily preoccupied with the critique of racism, colonialism, sexism, vulgar nationalism, militarism, imperialism, capitalism, and the distortion of democracy. Both traditions of critical theory share a critique of capitalism and anti-democratic thought, if not fascist forms of nationalism and communism more generally, and instead of turning all of our attention to how discursively dissimilar they are, in the Cambridge Companion to Critical Theory, 2004, Fred Rush reminds us how important it is to come to terms with the fact that, while it is characterized by certain shared core philosophical concerns, critical theory exhibits a diversity among its proponents that both contributes to its richness and poses substantial barriers to understanding its significance. 1. Ironically, it may very well be critical theory's discursive diversity that has caused so many sophisticated critical social theorists to overlook the contributions to critical theory emerging from continental and diasporan Africa. However, as discussed in the previous section, part of the reason that most white critical theorists have not acknowledged or seriously engaged the contributions to critical theory emerging from continental and diasporan Africa has a lot to do with the long-standing predominance of an exclusively Eurocentric conception of critical theory that seems to mirror similar conceptions of history, philosophy, science, law, religion, politics, education, aesthetics, culture, etc. Those critical theorists who ignore the contributions to critical theory coming from the African world because they believe continental and diasporan African contributions to be drastically dissimilar when compared with European or European American contributions to critical theory fail to fully comprehend that one of the core characteristics of critical theory is its refreshing conceptual complexity and discursive diversity. Commenting on critical theory's conceptual complexity and discursive diversity, Rush observed. 281. When pursuing the elements that unify it, it is important not to lose sight of the pluralistic nature of the enterprise, where individual thinkers can differ, sometimes substantially, on various matters. In fact, it is impossible to represent the tradition of critical theory accurately without preserving the complications introduced by the relations of the views of its individual thinkers to one another. The complexity that results from the requirement that this plurality not be swept aside is especially daunting to one seeking to orient oneself for the first time. This effect is further deepened by the extremely diverse intellectual influences on critical theory, influences that figure in express ways in the development of philosophical positions among the thinkers associated with critical theory, as well as in the technical vocabulary that often figures in the statements of those positions. What is needed is a treatment of critical theory as a whole that respects its richness without losing its conceptual main points. 1-2. In several senses, the Africana tradition of critical theory calls into question just what it is that Rush is referring to as critical theory as a whole. Is he referring exclusively to the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory? Has it ever dawned on him that those of us who are neither white nor male might find his contentions concerning critical theory as a whole rather exclusive and therefore offensive, if not ultimately revealing a subtle racial and gender subtext that seems to seep through Frankfurt School critical theory as a whole from Horkheimer and Adorno through to Habermas and Honneth? Considering critical theory's admittedly extremely diverse intellectual influences, if the contributions to critical theory emerging from continental and diasporan Africa are diminished or disqualified, for whatever reason, wouldn't such a situation speak volumes about the Eurocentric undercurrent of most critical theorists' conceptions of critical theory? In the Africana tradition of critical theory as a whole includes Angela Davis and Du Bois just as much as it does Horkheimer or Adorno, Fanon as much as it does Fromm or Benjamin, Cabral as much as Marcuse or Habermas. The irony of all ironies could be said to plague the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory if in fact it is conceded that it began with a concerted critique of antisemitism, Nazism, fascism, vulgar communism, capitalism, and scientism only to produce intellectual heirs and goading gatekeepers who exclude and discursively discriminate against, a la epistemic apartheid, non-Jewish and non-German organic intellectual activists based on their race, ethnicity, nationality, culture, or philosophical foundations. Returning to one of the core dialectics of critical theory as a whole, the dialectic of domination and liberation, one of the recurring themes of critical theory is, as stated above, the critique of domination and discrimination, but there is so much more. Prima facie one might be tempted to think that critical theory is critical just because it criticizes existing political life. Horkheimer takes the term critical theory from Marx. 282. An early critical theory of course is broadly Marxist, Rush wrote, 9, emphasis in original. However, critical theory is an account of the social forces of domination that takes its theoretical activity to be practically connected to the object of its study. He importantly elaborated. In other words, critical theory is not merely descriptive, it is a way to instigate social change by providing knowledge of the forces of social inequality that can, in turn, inform political action aimed at emancipation, or at least at diminishing domination and inequality. Following this thought, one might think that critical theory is critical just to the extent that it makes social inequality apparent, specifies some plausible candidates for the causes of the inequality, and enables society in general, or at least its oppressed segment, to react in appropriate ways. Critical theory is critical because it answers the charge laid by the last of Marx's theses on Feuerbach: the philosophers have only interpreted the world in different ways, the point is to change it. 9-10, emphasis in original. Who can with a clear conscience deny the ways in which, for instance, W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Aimé Césaire, Frantz Fanon, Amilcar Cabral, Angela Davis, and Walter Rodney, among many others in the Africana tradition of critical theory, not only interpreted the world in different ways but changed it, and not just for Du Bois' beloved black folk, but for all humanity. Even more, who can deny the ways in which Cabral in specific has contributed to critical theory as a whole in general, and Africana critical theory in particular, after seriously reading the previous chapters? One has to wonder aloud whether Mary Inez Hubbard's contention that it is important to note that Cabral was not so dogmatic as to interpret Marx's ideas in a strictly Eurocentric way may be one of the key reasons his critical theory has been either diminished or disqualified in considerations of what counts as a serious contribution to critical theory as a whole. The fact that Cabral did not interpret Marx's ideas in a strictly Eurocentric way is not only indicative of the innovative nature of his thought, but also helps to highlight yet another one of the core characteristics of the Africana tradition of critical theory. Even though the organic intellectual activists in the Africana tradition of critical theory can be comfortably considered black Marxists, in the more intellectually elastic, epistemically open Cedric Robinson sense of the term, it is their incessant critique and condemnation of Marx's and most Marxists' Eurocentrism that helps to discursively distinguish the Africana tradition of critical theory from mainstream Marxism, Frankfurt School critical theory, Foucaultism, Jacques Derrida's deconstructionism, Regis Debray's mediologie, etc. Africana critical theory, in the most dialectical fashion imaginable, is simultaneously critical and appreciative of Marxism, critical of its inattention to Eurocentrism, racism, sexism and colonialism, but enormously appreciative of its thorough. 283. Going and theoretically sophisticated critique of capitalism, classism, class warfare, alienation, false consciousness, repressive state apparatuses, ideological state apparatuses, and the superstructure. As much as the Africana tradition of critical theory may discursively differ from other traditions of critical theory, in some senses it unambiguously shares the same methodological orientation and approach with other traditions of critical theory. From a methodological point of view, critical theory seeks to simultaneously, 1. Comprehend the established society, 2. Criticize its contradictions and conflicts, and 3. Create egalitarian, most often radical/revolutionary democratic socialist, alternatives. 21. The ultimate emphasis on the creation and offering of alternatives brings to the fore another core concept of critical theory, its theory of liberation and radical/revolutionary democratic socialist transformation. 22. The paradigms and points of departure for critical theorists vary depending on the theorist's race, gender, intellectual interests, and political persuasions. For instance, many European critical theorists turn to Hegel, Marx, Weber, Freud, and/or the Frankfurt School, example Adorno, Benjamin, Fromm, Habermas, Horkheimer, and Marcuse, etc., among others, because they understand these thinkers' thoughts and texts to speak in special ways to European modern and/or postmodern life worlds and lived experiences. 23. My work, Africana Critical Theory, utilizes the thought and texts of Africana intellectual activists as critical theoretical paradigms and radical political points of departure because so much of their thought is not simply problem-posing but solution-providing where the specific life struggles of persons of African descent, or black people, are concerned human life struggles, it should be said with no hyperbole and high-sounding words, which European critical theorists, who are usually Eurocentric and often unwittingly white supremacist, have woefully neglected in their classical and contemporary critical theoretical discourse. A discourse that ironically has consistently congratulated itself on the universality of its interests, all the while, for the most part, sidestepping the centrality of racism, sexism, and colonialism within its own discursive communities and out in the wider world. Moreover, my conception of critical theory is critically preoccupied with classical Africana intellectual traditions, not only because of the long unlearned lessons they have to teach contemporary critical theorists about the dialectics of being simultaneously radically humanist and morally committed agents of a specific continent, nation, or cultural group's liberation and democratic socialist transformation, but also because the ideas and ideals of continental and diasporan African intellectual activists of the past indisputably prefigure and provide a foundation for contemporary Africana studies, and Africana philosophy in specific. In fact, in many ways, Africana critical theory, besides being grounded in and growing about the discourse, of 284 Africana studies can be said to be an offshoot of Africana philosophy, which according to Lucius Outlaw, 1997, is a gathering notion under which to situate the articulations, writings, speeches, etc., and traditions of the same, of Africans and peoples of African descent collectively, as well as the subdiscipline or field forming, tradition defining, tradition organizing reconstructive efforts which are, to be, regarded as philosophy. However, Africana philosophy is to include, as well, the work of those persons who are neither African nor of African descent but who recognize the legitimacy and importance of the issues and endeavors that constitute the disciplinary activities of African or African Caribbean or African American philosophy and contribute to the efforts persons whose work justifies their being called Africanists. Use of the qualifier Africana is consistent with the practice of naming intellectual traditions and practices in terms of the national, geographic, cultural, racial, and/or ethnic descriptor or identity of the persons who initiated and were/are the primary practitioners and/or are the subjects and objects of the practices and traditions in question, example American, British, French, German, or continental philosophy. 64. Africana critical theory is distinguished from Africana philosophy by the fact that critical theory cannot be situated within the world of conventional academic disciplines and intellectual divisions of labor. It transverses and transgresses boundaries between traditional disciplines and accents the interconnections and intersections of philosophy, history, politics, economics, sociology, psychology, anthropology, and the arts, among other disciplines and/or areas of critical inquiry. Critical theory is contrasted with mainstream, monodisciplinary social theory through its multidisciplinary methodology and its efforts to develop a comprehensive dialectical theory of domination and liberation specific to the special needs of contemporary society. 24. Africana philosophy has a very different agenda, one that seems to me more metaphilosophical than philosophical at this point, because it entails theorizing Gone tradition and tradition reconstruction more than tradition extension and expansion through the production of normative theory and critical pedagogical praxis aimed at application, i.e., immediate radical/revolutionary self and social transformation. 25. As discussed above, the primary purpose of critical theory is to relate radical thought to revolutionary practice. Which is to say, critical theory's focus philosophical, social, and political is always and ever the search for ethical alternatives and viable moral solutions to the most pressing problems of our present age. Critical theory is not about, or rather should not be about allegiance to intellectual ancestors and/or ancient schools of thought, but about using all, without regard to race, gender, class, sexual orientation, religious affiliation, and/or nation, accumulated radical thought and revolutionary practices in the interest of human liberation and democratic social, ist. 285. Transformation. With this in mind, Cornel West's, 1982, classic contentions concerning Afro-American critical thought offer an outline for the type of theorizing that Africana critical theory endeavors. The object of inquiry for Afro-American critical thought is the past and present, the doings and the sufferings of African people in the United States. Rather than a new scientific discipline or field of study, it is a genre of writing, a textuality, a mode of discourse that interprets, describes, and evaluates Afro-American life in order comprehensively to understand and effectively to transform it. It is not concerned with foundations or transcendental grounds but with how to build its language in such a way that the configuration of sentences and the constellation of paragraphs themselves create a textuality and distinctive discourse which are a material force for Afro-American freedom. 15. Although Africana critical theory encompasses and is concerned with much more than the life worlds and life struggles of African people in the United States, West's comments here are helpful, as they give us a glimpse at the kinds of transdisciplinary connections critical theorists make or, rather, should make in terms of their ideas having an impact and significant influence on society. Africana critical theory is not thought for thought's sake, as it often seems is the case with so much contemporary philosophy, Africana philosophy notwithstanding, but critical thought for life and liberation's sake. It is not only a style of writing which focuses on radicalism and revolution but, even more, it presents a new way of thinking and doing revolution that is based and constantly being built on the best of the radicalisms and revolutions of the past, and the black radical and black revolutionary past in particular. From West's frame of reference, Afro-American philosophy expresses the particular American variation of European modernity that Afro-Americans helped shape in this country and must contend with in the future. While it might be possible to articulate a competing Afro-American philosophy based principally on African norms and notions, it is likely that the result would be theoretically thin. 24. Quite contrary to West's comments, Africana critical theory intrepidly represents and registers as that possible articulate ion of a competing Africana philosophy based principally on African norms and notions, and although he thinks that the results will be theoretically thin, Africana critical theory faithfully following Fanon, 1965, 1967, 1968, 1969, and Cabral, 1971, 1972b, 1973b, 1979, understands this risk to be part of the price the wretched of the earth must be willing to pay for their intellectual, cultural, political, psychological, and physical freedom. 26. Intellectually audacious, especially considering the widespread Eurocentrism and white supremacism of contemporary conceptual generation, Africana critical theory does not acquiesce or give priority and 286. Special privilege to European history, culture, and thought. It turns to the long overlooked thought and texts of women and men of African descent who have developed and contributed radical thought and revolutionary practices that could possibly aid us in our endeavors to continuously create an anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, and sexual orientation-sensitive critical theory of contemporary society. Above and beyond all of the aforementioned, Africana critical theory is about offering alternatives to what is domination and discrimination, by projecting possibilities of what ought to be and or what could be, human liberation and radical revolutionary social transformation. To reiterate, it is not afraid, to put it as plainly as possible, to critically engage and dialogue deeply with European and or other cultural groups' intellectual traditions. In fact, it often finds critical cross-cultural dialogue and astute appropriation, i.e., Africanization, necessary considering the historical conundrums and current shared conditions and shared crises of the modern or postmodern, transnational, and almost completely multicultural world. 27. Africana critical theory, quite simply, does not privilege or give priority to European and or other cultural groups' intellectual traditions, since its philosophical foci and primary purpose revolves around the search for solutions to the most pressing social and political problems in continental and diasporan African life worlds and life struggles in the present age. Theoretical weaponry, on epistemic strengths and theoretic weaknesses in the Africana tradition of critical theory. Africana critical theory navigates many theoretic spaces that extend far beyond the established intellectual borders and boundaries of Africana studies as it is conventionally conceived. At this point, Africana critical theory is clearly characterized by an epistemic openness to epistemologies and methodologies usually understood to be incompatible with one another. Besides providing it with a simultaneously creative and critical tension, Africana critical theory's antithetical conceptual contraction, i.e., its utilization of concepts perceived to be contradictory to, and or in conflict and competing with one another, also gives it its theoretic rebelliousness and philosophical flexibility. Which is to say, Africana critical theory exists or, rather, is able to exist far beyond the borders and boundaries of the academy and academic disciplines because the bulk of its theoretic base, that is to say, its primary points of departure, are the ideas and actions of Africana, among other wretched of the earth, intellectual activists entrenched in radical political practices and revolutionary social movements. The word theory, then, in the appellation Africana critical theory is being defined and, perhaps, Roddy. 287. Cali refined, for specific transdisciplinary human scientific discursive purposes and practices. This is extremely important to point out because, as intimated above, there has been a long intellectual history of chaos concerning the nature and tasks of theory in Africana studies. To an Africana critical theorist, it seems highly questionable, if not simply outright silly at this juncture in the history of Africana thought, to seek a theoretical holy grail that will serve as a panacea in our search for the secrets to being, culture, politics, society or, even more, liberation. Taking our cue from W.E.B. Du Bois and C.L.R. James, it may be better to conceive of theory as an instrument or, as Frantz Fanon and Amilcar Cabral would have it, a weapon used to attack certain targets of domination and discrimination. Theories are, among many other things, optics, ways of seeing, they are perspectives that illuminate specific phenomena. However, as with any perspective, position, or standpoint, each theory has its blind spots and lens limitations, what we call in the contemporary discourse of Africana philosophy, theoretical myopia. Recent theoretical debates in Africana studies have made us painfully aware of the fact that most theories emerging from academe are almost invariably discipline-specific constructs and products, created in particular intellectual contexts, for particular intellectual purposes. 28 Contemporary Africana thought has also enabled us see that theories are always grounded in and grow out of specific social discourses, political practices, and national and international institutions. In the Hermeneutics of African Philosophy, 1994, the Eritrean philosopher, Serekwa correctly contended that political neutrality in philosophy, as in most other things, is at best a harmless naivete, and at worst a pernicious subterfuge for hidden agendas, for each discipline has an academic agenda. Therefore, the theories and methodologies of a discipline promote the development of that particular discipline. Theories emerging from traditional disciplines that claim to provide an eternal philosophical foundation or universal and neutral knowledge transcendent of historical horizons, cultural conditions, and social struggles, or a meta-theory, i.e., a theory about theorizing, that purports absolute truth that transcends the interests of specific theorists and their theories, have been and are being vigorously rejected by Africana studies scholars and students. 29 Theory, then, as Serekwa 1994, said of philosophy, is a critical and explorative engagement of one's own cultural specificity and lived historicalness. It is a critically aware explorative appropriation of our cultural, political, and historical existence. 23. 30 When Cabral argued that in the struggle against imperialism theory must be utilized as a weapon, i.e., his conception of the weapon of theory, he strongly stressed that in the event that theory is borrowed from elsewhere, especially environments where people are not involved in armed struggle. 288. Against imperialism, theory must be systematically studied to decipher which aspects of it are applicable and which inapplicable in the specific context under consideration. In Our People Are Our Mountains, 1971, Cabral went so far to say, every theory of armed struggle has to arise as the consequence of an actual armed struggle. In every case, practice comes first and theory after. 20. No matter how many leaders and members of the PAIC read and gleaned important insights from Mao Zedong's on guerrilla warfare, 1961, Che Guevara's guerrilla warfare, 1961, Ho Chi Minh's on revolution, 1967, Regis Debray's revolution in the revolution, 1967, and, of course, Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, 1968, few if any people, even those in other African countries, have struggled against imperialism the way Cabral and his comrades waged war against Portuguese colonialism and its international imperialist financiers. Consequently, what Serekwa termed cultural specificity and lived historicalness was of prime importance to Cabral and, primarily through Cabral's critical theory, has been handed down to contemporary Africana studies in general, and contemporary Africana critical theory in particular. There simply was no way to sidestep the fact that the viciousness of Portuguese colonial violence gave Cabral and his comrades no other recourse than to, literally, use culturally specific, historically rooted, and anti-imperialist praxis promoting theory as a weapon. If Cabral's conception of the weapon of theory has any lasting meaning at all, it is centered around his development of the dialectic of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization via both the weapon of theory and the weapon of armed anti-imperialist struggle, as well as the fact that where Dubois, Césaire, and Fanon gallantly emphasized the need for decolonization and re-Africanization, Cabral, in the most full-throat manner imaginable and under the most unlikely circumstances, succeeded in politically educating, culturally awakening, socially organizing, and militarily arming his people in their efforts to not simply critique imperialism but, more importantly, to actually combat and eradicate it. As Cabral, 1971, sternly stated, if you really want to advance the struggle, you must make a critical assessment of the experience of others before applying their theories, but the basic theory of armed struggle has to come from the reality of the fight. 20. Why, we may ask. Because imperialism is ever morphing and mutating, ever changing and rearranging. So much so that what may have worked for others elsewhere will more than likely need to be drastically altered to speak to the special needs of the people and struggle in question, especially in the African neocolonial, purportedly post-colonial context. Consequently, it could be said that part of really and truly embracing theory as a weapon involves fully comprehending not simply that theory is as significant and as useful as bullets, guns, gas masks, bombs, missiles, fighter jets, and tanks in anti-imperialist struggle, but also the importance of 289. Cultural and theoretical specificity and the fact that it is invariably those actively involved in the struggle who are responsible for the revolutionary culture, revolutionary theory, and revolutionary praxis guiding and giving life to their unique struggle. Theoretic discourse does not simply fall from the sky like wind-blown rain, leaving no traces of the direction from which it came and its initial point of departure. On the contrary, it registers as, and often radically represents, critical concerns interior to epistemologies and experiences arising out of a specific cultural condition and historical horizon within which it is located and discursively situated. In other words, similar to a finely crafted wood carving or hand-woven garment, theories retain the intellectual and cultural markings of their makers, and although they can and do travel and cross borders, they are optimal in their original settings and when applied to the original phenomena that inspired their creation. Giroux 1992, said 1999, 2000. A more modest conception of theory sees it, then, as an instrument, or, as Michel Foucault would have it, a tool, to help us illuminate and navigate specific social spaces, pointing to present and potential problems, interpreting and criticizing them, and ultimately offering ethical and egalitarian alternatives to them. Example see Foucault 1977a, 1977b, 1984, 1988, 1997, 1998, 2000. 31. At their best, theories not only illuminate social realities, but they should help individuals make sense of their life worlds and life struggles. To do this effectively, theories usually utilize metaphor, allegory, images, symbols, discursive concepts, counter-arguments, conversational language, rhetorical devices, and narratives. Modern metatheory often accents the interesting fact that theories have literary components and qualities. They narrate or tell stories, employ rhetoric and semiotics and, similar to literature, often offer accessible interpretations of classical and contemporary life. 32. However, theories also have cognitive and kinship components that allow them to connect with other theories' concepts and common critical features, as when a variety of disparate theories of Africana studies discourse raise questions concerning race and racism, or questions of identity and liberation. 33. There are many different types of theory, from literary theory to linguistic theory, cultural theory to aesthetic theory, and political theory to postmodern theory. Africana critical theory is a critical conceptual framework that seeks an ongoing synthesis of the most emancipatory elements of a wide range of social and political theory in the anti-imperialist interests of continental and diasporan Africans in specific, and the other wretched of the earth in general. This means that Africana critical theory often identifies and isolates the social and political implications of various theories, some of which were not created to have any concrete connections with the social and political world, and certainly not the Africana socio-political world, but currently do as a consequence of the ways in which they have been appropriated. 290. Articulated and, in terms of Africana critical theory, a la Cabral's critical theory, decolonized and Africanized. Here, it is extremely important to recall the often hidden history of theory. Theories are instruments and, therefore, can be put to use in a multiplicity of manners. Historically, theories have always traveled outside of their original contexts, but 2 points of importance should be made here. The first point has to do with something the Palestinian literary theorist and political activist Edward Said, 1999, 2000, said long ago, and that is that theories lose some of their original power when taken out of their original intellectual and cultural contexts, because the socio-political situation is different, the suffering and/or struggling people are different, and the aims and objectives of their movements are different. The second point Said emphasized is more or less reflexive and has to do with the modern moment in the history of theory. Never before have so many theories traveled so many mental miles away from their intellectual milieu. This speaks to the new and novel theoretical times that we are passing through. Part of what we have to do, then, is identify those theories, instruments and/or weapons, as Cabral put it, that will aid us most in our struggles against racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism, among other epochal, neo-imperialist issues. The turn toward an emphasis on social and political theory suggests several of Africana critical theory's key concerns, such as the development of a synthetic socio-political discourse that earnestly and accessibly addresses issues arising from everyday black life and experiences in white supremacist societies, women's daily lives in male supremacist, or, if you prefer, patriarchal, societies, and the commonalities of and the distinct differences between black life in racial colonialist and racial capitalist countries, among other issues. Social and political theoretical discourse is important because it provides individuals and groups with topographies of their social and political terrains. This discourse, especially when it is critical, also often offers crucial concepts and categories that aid individuals and groups in critically engaging and radically altering their social and political worlds. Social and political theories, in a general sense, are simultaneously heuristic and discursive devices for exploring and explaining the social and political dimensions of the human experience. They accent social conditions and can often provoke social action and political praxis. Social and political theories endeavor to provide a panoramic picture that enables individuals to conceptualize and contextualize their life worlds and life struggles within the wider field of social and political, as well as historical and cultural relations and institutions. Additionally, social and political theories can aid individuals in their efforts to understand and alter particular socio-political events and artifacts by analyzing their receptions, relations, and ongoing effects. 291. In addition to socio-political theoretical discourse, Africana critical theory draws directly from the discourse on dialectics because it seeks to understand and, if necessary, alter society as a whole, not simply some isolated or culturally confined series of phenomena. The emphasis on dialectics also sends a signal to those social theorists and others who are easily intellectually intimidated by efforts to grasp and grapple with the whole of human history, culture, and our current crises, that Africana critical theory is not in any sense a conventional critical social theory but, unapologetically, a social activist and political praxis promoting theory that seriously seeks the radical/revolutionary redistribution of cultural capital, social wealth, and political power. The dialectical dimension of Africana critical theory enables it to make connections between seemingly isolated and unrelated parts of society, demonstrating how, for instance, supposedly neutral social terrain, such as the education industries, entertainment industries, prison industrial complex, military, political process, voting system, or the realm of religion are sites and sources of ruling race, ruling gender, and/or ruling class privilege, prestige, and power. 34 Dialectics, the art of demonstrating the interconnectedness of parts to each other and to the overarching system or framework as a whole, distinguishes Africana critical theory from other theories in Africana studies because it simultaneously searches for progressive and retrogressive aspects of Africana, European, and/or other cultural groups' intellectual traditions and systems of knowledge. This means, then, that Africana critical theory offers an external and internal critique, which is also to say that it is unrepentantly a self-reflexive social and political theory, a social and political theory that relentlessly re-examines and refines its own philosophical foundations, methods, positions, and presuppositions. Africana critical theory's dialectical dimension also distinguishes it from other traditions and versions of critical theory because the connections it makes between social and political parts and the social and political whole are those that directly and profoundly affect continental and diasporan Africans in particular, and the other wretched of the earth in general. No other tradition or version of radical politics or critical social theory has historically or currently claims to highlight and accent sites of domination and sources of liberation in the anti-imperialist interests of the wretched of the earth. An intellectual arsenal, on the uses and abuses of the weapon of theory. In The Weapon of Theory, Cabral, 1979, asserted, "Every practice gives birth to a theory. If it is true that a revolution can fail, even though it be nurtured on perfectly conceived theories, no one has yet successfully broke." 292. Teist revolution without a revolutionary theory, 123. Africana critical theory is a revolutionary theory and a beaming beacon symbolizing the birth of a theoretical revolution in Africana studies, radical politics, and critical social theory. Its basic aims and objectives speak to its radical character and critical qualities. It is unique in that it is theory preoccupied with promoting social activism and political practice geared toward radical/revolutionary social transformation and the development of an ethical and egalitarian anti-imperialist society by pointing to 1. What needs to be transformed, 2. What strategies and tactics might be most useful in the transformative efforts, and 3. Which agents and agencies could potentially carry out the radical/revolutionary social transformation. Following Cabral, 1971, 1972b, 1973b, 1979, consequently, Africana critical theory conceives of theory as a weapon, and the history of Africana thought, and the Black radical thought tradition in particular, as its essential arsenal and intellectual arsenal. As with any arsenal, a weapon is chosen or left behind based on the specifics of the mission, such as the target, terrain, and time sensitivity. The same may be said concerning the weapon of theory. Different theories can be used for different purposes in disparate situations. The usefulness or uselessness of a particular theory depends on the task at hand and whether the theory in question is deemed appropriate for the task. Theory can be extremely useful, but it is indeed a great and grave mistake to believe that there is a grand narrative, super theory, or theoretical God that will provide the interpretive or explanatory keys to the political and intellectual kingdom, or queendom. Instead of arrogantly arguing for a new super theory, as so many theories emerging from European modernity and postmodernity seem to, Africana critical theory humbly advocates an ongoing synthesis of the most moral and radical political elements of classical and contemporary, continental, and diasporan African intellectual traditions with other cultural groups' progressive, i.e., radical/revolutionary, thought and political practices in the interest of critically engaging and ethically altering local and global, national and international, African and human problems in the present age. Contemporary society requires a continuous and increasingly high level of socio-political mapping because of the intensity of recent politico-ideological maneuvers. What the Italian critical theorist, Antonio Gramsci, 2222-245, identified as wars of position and wars of maneuver and the urgency of present socio-economic transformations. 35 History has unfolded to this in-between epoch of immense and provocative change, and many theories of contemporary society outline and attempt to explain an aspect of this change and, as a result, are relevant with regard to certain social phenomena. But, truth be told, no single theory captures the complete constantly changing socio-political picture, although there are plethoras that religiously profess to, and promise to provide their adherents and converts with theoretic. 293. Cal salvation in the sin-sick world of theory, as it were. It should be stated outright, all theories have blind spots and lens limitations, and all theories, at least, theoretically speaking, make critical conceptual contributions. Consequently, Africana critical theory advocates combining classical and contemporary theory from diverse academic disciplines and intellectual activist traditions, although Africana intellectual traditions, and the Black radical tradition in specific, it must be made clear, is always and ever Africana critical theory's primary point of departure. My conception of critical social theory keeps in mind that the mappings of each theory potentially provide specific new and novel insights, but, it must be admitted, these insights alone are not enough to affect the type of radical/revolutionary socio-political change required. It is with this understanding that Africana critical theory eschews epistemic exclusiveness and intellectual insularity, and instead emphasizes epistemic openness and, on principle, practices antithetical conceptual contraction by generously drawing from the diverse discursive formations and theoretic practices of a wide range of classical and contemporary, continental, and diasporan African intellectual traditions, such as African, African American, African Caribbean, Afro-Asian, Afro-European, Afro-Latino, Afro-Native American, and Africana philosophy and theory, negritude, Pan-Africanism, African nationalism, African socialism, prophetic pragmatism, womanism, black feminism, black postmodernism, black existentialism, black radicalism, black Marxism, black nationalism, black liberation theology, critical race theory, philosophy of race, sociology of race, psychology of race, anthropology of race, history of race, and geography of race, among others. Africana critical theory relentlessly examines its own aims, objectives, positions, and methods, constantly putting them in question in an effort to radically refine and revise them. It is, therefore, à la Cabral's critical theory, epistemically open, flexible, and non-dogmatic, constantly exhibiting the ability to critically engage opposing theories and appropriate and incorporate progressive strains and reject retrogressive strains from its rivals. It is here that Africana critical theory exhibits its theoretic sophistication and epistemic strength and stamina. Along with the various Africana theoretical perspectives that Africana critical theory employs as its primary points of departure, it also often critically engages many of the other major, more mainstream theoretical discourses of the modern moment, such as Marxism, feminism, pragmatism, historicism, existentialism, phenomenology, mediology, hermeneutics, semiotics, Frankfurt School critical theory, sociology of knowledge, critical pedagogy, structuralism, post-structuralism, postmodernism, and post-colonialism, among others. Africana critical theory engages other, non-Africana discursive formations and theoretic practices because it is aware of the long history of appropriation and re-articulation within Africana intellectual traditions and SYS. 294. Thames of knowledge. This takes us right back to the critical debates raging all around about black people employing white theory to explore and explain black experiences. 36. Instead of simply sidestepping this important intellectual history, Africana critical theory conscientiously confronts it in an effort to understand and, if need be, alter it in an attempt to actualize black liberation on terms interior to contemporary Africana life worlds and life struggles. This brings to mind the Caribbean-American philosopher Lewis Gordon's, 1997 contention that theory, any theory, gains its sustenance from that which it offers for and through the lived reality of those who are expected to formulate it. Africana philosophy's history of Christian, Marxist, feminist, pragmatist, analytical, and phenomenological thought has therefore been a matter of what specific dimensions each had to offer the existential realities of theorizing blackness. For Marxism, for instance, it was not so much its notion of science over all other forms of socialist theory, nor its promise of a world to win, that may have struck a resonating chord in the hearts of black Marxists. It was, instead, Marx and Engels' famous encomium of the proletarians having nothing to lose but their chains. Such a call has obvious affinity for a people who have been so strongly identified with chattel slavery. 4. All emphasis in original. It is important to understand and critically engage why continental and diasporan Africans have historically and continue currently to embrace European and European American, and most often unapologetically Eurocentric, theory. Saying simply that blacks who did or who do embrace some aspects of white theory are intellectually insane or have an intellectual inferiority complex logically leads us to yet another discourse on black pathology, all the while we will be, however inadvertently, sidestepping the confrontation and critique of white supremacy and or anti-black racism as a history-making and culture-shaping global imperialism. 37 persons of African origin and descent have been preoccupied in the modern moment with struggles against various forms and forces of domination, oppression, and exploitation. They, therefore, have been and remain attracted to theories that they understand to promise or provide tools to combat their domination, oppression, and or exploitation. Although blacks in white supremacist societies are often rendered anonymous and or are virtually invisible, they do not have a collective mind and have reached no consensus concerning which theories make the best weapons to combat their domination, oppression, and or exploitation. This means, then, that the way is epistemically open, and that those blacks who embrace or appropriate an aspect of white theory are not theoretically lost but, perhaps, simply employing the theoretical tools they understand to be most applicable and most readily available to them in their neocolonial contexts and their particular emancipatory efforts. 295. Fanon spoke to this issue in a special way in Black Skin, White Masks, where he declared the discoveries of Freud are of no use to us here in the hyper-racialized and hyper-colonized life worlds and life struggles of black folk, and in the wretched of the earth, where he asserted Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. Everything up to and including the very nature of pre-capitalist society, so well explained by Marx, must here be thought out again. Fanon did not find anything of use in Freud for the particular kind of critical theoretical work he was doing in Black Skin, White Masks, and he even went so far to say that there is a dialectical substitution when one goes from the psychology of the white man to that of the black. However, Fanon was able to employ some aspects of Marxism for the kind of critical theoretical work he was doing in The Wretched of the Earth, but and this is the main point, he critically engaged Marxism from his own critical subjective and radical political position as a hyper-racialized and hyper-colonized black man in a white supremacist capitalist and colonialist world. In other words, his Africanity, or non-Europeanness, was never left in abeyance or abandoned for the sake of Eurocentric theoretical synthesis. Approaching Marxism from this Africana critical theoretical angle, essentially employing it as a tool and not as a tenet, Fanon was able to extend and expand the critical theoretical and radical political range and reach of Marxism more than merely Africanizing it, but instead seminally building on and moving beyond it to critically engage phenomena, life worlds, and life struggles that Marx and his mostly Eurocentric heirs have shamefully shoved to the intellectual outposts of their quite quarantined racial and colonial, and patriarchal, world of ideas. It is quite possible, even with the advent and academization of Africana studies from the mid-1960s to the present, that many contemporary intellectuals and activists of African descent are unaware of Africana intellectual history, and especially the Africana tradition of critical theory, which is very different than saying that they are unattracted to, or find little or nothing of use in Africana intellectual traditions. Contemporary Africana theorists must take as one of their primary tasks making classical and contemporary Black radical and Africana critical thought traditions more accessible and attractive, particularly to Blacks but also to non-African, i.e., Africanist, anti-imperialist others. There simply is no substitute for the kinds of easily intelligible and epistemically open critical theoretical genealogies and contemporary conceptual generations that Africana studies scholars must produce and propound to the Africana intelligentsia, the masses of Black folk, authentic anti-racist whites, and multicultural, multiracial, and trans-ethnic others if, not simply Africana studies, but the souls of humble and hard-working Black folk and the other wretched of the earth are to survive and continue to contribute to human culture and civilization. 296. Africana critical theory engages a wide and diverse array of theory emerging from the insurgent intellectuals of the academy and the organic intellectual activists of radical and revolutionary socio-political movements, a la W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Claudia Jones, Frantz Fanon, Malcolm X, Angela Davis, Walter Rodney, Audre Lorde, and, of course, Amilcar Cabral. It understands each theory to offer enigmatic and illuminating insights because the more theory a theorist has at her or his disposal, the more issues, objects, and subjects they can address, the more tasks they can perform, and the more theoretical targets they can terminate. As stated above, theories are optics or perspectives, and it is with this understanding that Africana critical theory contends that bringing a multiplicity of perspectives to bear on a phenomenon promises a greater grasp and a more thorough engagement and understanding of that phenomenon. For instance, many theories of race and racism arising from the discourse of Africana studies have historically exhibited a serious weakness where sexism, and particularly patriarchy, is concerned. This situation, to a certain extent, was remedied and these theories were strengthened when Africana women's studies scholars diagnosed these one-dimensional and unigendered theories of race and racism, and coupled them with their own unique anti-racist interpretations of women's decolonization and women's liberation. 38 Indeed, this is an ongoing effort, and clearly there is no consensus in Africana studies as to the importance of critically engaging gender domination and discrimination in continental and diasporan African life worlds and life struggles. But, whether we have consensus or not, which we probably never will, the key concern to keep in mind is that although it may not be theoretically fashionable to engage certain phenomena, it does not necessarily mean that it is not theoretically and/or practically important or in our best interests to engage that phenomena. As critical theorists, part of our task is to bring unseen or often overlooked issues to the fore. In order to do this, we may have to develop new concepts and new categories so that others might be able to coherently comprehend these enigmatic issues. In calling for bringing many theories to bear on a phenomenon, Africana critical theory is not eluding the fact that in many instances a single theory may be the best source of insight. For example, Pan-Africanism offers a paradigm for analyzing the history of Africana anti-colonialism and decolonization, where Black Marxism accents the interconnections of racism and capitalism in Black life, while Black feminism most often speaks to the intersection of racism and sexism in Black women's life worlds and life struggles. Africana critical theory chooses to deploy a theory based on its overarching aims and objectives, which are constantly informed by the ongoing quests for human freedom and Black liberation. It is not interested in an eclectic combination of theories, that is to say, theoretical eclecticism simply for the sake of theoretical synthesis and contributing to the world of 297 ideas, but instead its earnest interest lies in radical and revolutionary democratic socialist transformation in the anti-imperialist interests of the wretched of the earth, and especially folk of African origin and descent. It is essential to observe how intellectual activist ancestors, such as Dubois, Fanon, and Cabral, prefigured and provide a foundation for Africana critical theory of contemporary society. However, as important as critically engaging their respective theories and praxis is for the development of Africana critical theory, conceptual engagements should not be undertaken without due attention being given to their life histories and personal journeys, to their insurgent intellectual and radical political biographies. It could be easily argued that black life worlds and life struggles within white supremacist societies are approached or, rather, reproached in grossly reductive terms and under the cruelest conditions of epistemic apartheid. The overarching aim throughout this book has been to, not only illuminate the origins and evolution of Cabral's radical politics and critical social theory, but also to discursively demonstrate that although fragmented and often piecemeal, his thought serves as a prime point of departure for, and continues to contribute to and invigorate the Africana tradition of critical theory. As was discussed above, theories almost invariably represent the worldviews or value systems of the theorists who conceptually constructed them. It is in this sense, then, that studying theorists' life histories, intellectual milieu, cultural conditions, and social ecologies along with their theories within the Africana world of ideas is heightened and proves to be extremely revealing. There is, quite obviously, a close connection between the conditions under which Cabral lived his life and his critical theoretical preoccupations. Essentially, the biography of Cabral the thinker and writer was incessantly refracted back into his radical politics, critical social theory, and revolutionary praxis, and those who quickly discount his unique life history and life struggles, even compared with the other African nationalist and African socialist leaders of his epoch, will miss what makes his thought so seminal within the Africana tradition of critical theory. Admittedly, however, Cabral was an involuntary theorist and only seemed to theorize out of necessity, out of what he understood to be the dire needs of the War of National Liberation in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. There simply is no theoretical excess in Cabral's critical theory. More than Dubois, and certainly more than Fanon, Cabral wrote in an accessible and often dry manner that was keen to highlight the practical import of his ideas with regard to the Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean revolution. Consequently, Cabral's larger intellectual and political legacy has been handed down to us in seemingly ephemeral but actually eternal fragments and strands, bits and pieces of principled denunciations, bold democratic socialist declarations, and awe-inspiring articulations concerning the humble humanity, dignity, right to self-determination, and revolutionary resolve of 298. The people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. The fragmented nature of his thought is, for the most part, the result of three things. First, Cabral's critical theory, as he himself observed in The Weapon of Theory, grew out of the revolutionary culture and revolutionary praxis of the people of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, not the class analyses, proletarian struggles, and revolutionary theories imported from abroad, including other countries struggling against imperialism in Africa. Second, and in some ways similar to Che Guevara, Cabral's critical theory was conceptualized, literally, on the battlefield, where he engaged in guerrilla warfare against Portuguese colonialism in particular, and European imperialism in general. He was not huddled away in some cushy think tank or fairly well-funded research institute. Quite the contrary, his critical theory was forged in the blood and fire of battle, as bullets whistled by, and bombs calamitously burst and comrades died all around him, and as a result his critical theory is free from the kinds of academies and abstract theoretical excesses that contemporary critical theory seems so bogged down in. Lastly, what I have identified throughout this book as Cabral's critical theory in all likelihood was not intended as critical theory as much as it was meant to clarify and resolve contradictions specific to the Cape Verdean and Bissau-Guinean revolution. What is truly intriguing about Cabral's thought is that it, obviously, articulated the core beliefs and guiding principles of the War of National Liberation in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau and, as illustrated above, provides one of the primary points of departure and paradigms for the Africana tradition of critical theory. If nowhere else, Cabral's spirit and revolutionary ideas have achieved an intellectual afterlife in Africana critical theory. Cabralism continues. Cabralismo continua. Conclusion, on the continued relevance of Cabral's radical politics, critical social theory, and revolutionary praxis. Throughout this volume I have argued that when placed within the context of Africana intellectual history, especially the intellectual aftermaths of the Pan-African movement, Negritude movement, and Fanon's philosophy, Cabral is in many ways an exemplar and key exponent of Africana critical theory. In much the same way that the aforementioned intellectual episodes have become touchstones in the history of black radical thought traditions, the Cape Verdean and Bissau Guinean revolution has come to assume an importance far out of proportion to the size, population, cultural influence, and economic significance of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. As a consequence, Cabral's critical theory and Cabralism, which is to say, once again, the radical politics, critical social theories, and revolutionary praxis Cabral's critical theory. 299. Has inspired have come to take on an enormous historical and intellectual importance in light of the ongoing evolution of the Africana tradition of critical theory in the 21st century. More than 40 years after his assassination, Cabral's critical theory continues to serve as a symbol of the breakthroughs, setbacks, and sacrifices of a small group of peasants in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau who, under the most unfavorable conditions, solemnly waged a war of national liberation against the giant power of Portuguese colonialism and eventually won. His work contains within it a vision of a world free from colonialism, capitalism, racism, sexism, dream-destroying jobs, and the constant denial of human dignity, especially on the African continent. He intimately understood the importance of developing a distinct Cape Verdean and Bissau Guinean conception of democracy, and that this unique conception of democracy would be a crucial determinant in building a new humanity, new nation, and new national culture. Only when the poorest among the Cape Verdean and Bissau Guinean people could see their life worlds and life struggles reflected in the new nation and new national culture, only when the peasants truly came to control their destiny and daily affairs, then, and only then, would Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau achieve real and lasting national liberation. As Basil Davidson, 1984, observed in On Revolutionary Nationalism, The Legacy of Cabral. Fine words and promises could have little value, or none, the deciding factor always remained the degree to which the determinant was really at work. New laws and structures would help, shaping a system that would be anti-racist, anti-chauvinist, targeted against every form of systemic exploitation and therefore anti-capitalist, but these would constitute only an empty shell unless they were applied with the strength, resilience, and potential of an ever-extending democratic control. By the end of 1972, Cabral knew that the concept of an ever-extending democratic control, as well as the means of realizing it, were rooted deeply in the liberated zones. He had worked for that with unbending purpose. Behind the scenes of military success, it was perhaps his greatest achievement. 36. It is hard to say what Cabral may have done had he not been gunned down by the agents of Portuguese imperialism in January of 1973. Certainly those of us who take his work seriously know that Cabral was both a reluctant soldier and involuntary theorist, and that what mattered most to him was the simple truth of human freedom and each human group's right to self-determination. Along with Davidson, I believe that Cabral's legacy lies not in his military success as a guerrilla strategist, which was no small feat, but in his emphasis on the concept of an ever-extending democratic control of Cape Verde and 300. Guinea-Bissau, and his unvarnished contributions to critical theory in general, and Africana critical theory in particular. At the core of Cabral's critical theory lies a practical idealism that ranks among his most significant contributions to Africana critical theory. His idealism was predicated on an uncomplicated reverence for humanity, in all of its hues, and a passion for social justice which, as quiet as it has been kept, is the cornerstone of his critical theory. In light of his rare gift for discussing highly complex concepts and arguments in uncluttered and clear language, Similar to Antonio Gramsci's work in the prison notebooks, Cabral's writings and speeches are stylistically distinguished by their deceptive discursive simplicity. Whether speaking to peasants in the villages or addressing an audience at a university abroad, Cabral's overarching message remained the same: each human group has a right to self-determination and is justified in taking up arms against those who rob them of their right to determine their destiny and daily lives. The third, and final, lasting contribution of Cabral's critical theory revolves around his uncompromising honesty. Those who systematically study Cabral's work will quickly detect that he was never evasive or polemical, and that his forthrightness lends his work an idealistic and imaginative quality that in many ways distinguishes his thought from that of his contemporaries while simultaneously placing it squarely within the Africana tradition of critical theory. Amilcar Cabral did not initiate the Africana tradition of critical theory but, as the previous chapters demonstrated, he was certainly influenced by it and significantly contributed to it. In summary, then, it must be openly admitted that the theoretic tensions noted in the previous chapters point to, and produce an extremely uneasy combination of criticisms and interpretations that defy simple synopsis or conventional conceptual rules. Consequently, most of Cabral's critics have heretofore downplayed and diminished the real brilliance and brawn of his work by failing to grasp its antinomies, and they have, therefore, put forward a divided and distorted Cabral, who is either, for example, a Pan-Africanist or Marxist, an African nationalist or revolutionary humanist, and on and on. Each of the aforementioned superficial ascriptions falls short, shamefully short, of capturing the complex and chameleonic character of Cabral's critical theory and the difficulties involved in interpreting it, employing the one-sided, single-subject theoretical and monodisciplinary devices that his research, writings, and radicalism consistently transgressed, transcended, and transversed. Many dismiss Cabral and charge his work with being overly simplistic because it typically employs straightforward language easily understood by the masses. While others, such as myself, are attracted to his work because it is theoretically thick, rich in both radicality and originality, and boldly crosses so many academic, theoretic, and political boundaries. No matter what one's ultimate attitude toward Cabral, I honestly believe that the fact 301. That his thought and texts continue to cause contemporary controversies, and that it has been discussed and debated across the disciplines for more than 5 decades, in some degree points to the multidimensionality and transdisciplinarity of his ideas, which offer enigmatic insights for everyone either to embrace enthusiastically or demur definitively. Hence, the dialectic of attraction and repulsion in Cabral studies can partly be attributed to the ambiguities inherent in his admittedly sprawling thought and the monodisciplinary anxieties of many of the interpreters of his work. Suffice to say this is the case, then, several previous studies of his thought are seriously flawed because they have sought to grasp and grapple with Cabral's overusing monodisciplinary instead of multidisciplinary methods and models. Whatever the deficiencies of his thought and the problems with his approach, to critical issues confronting Africana and other oppressed people, Cabral forces his readers to think deeply, to criticize thoroughly, and to move beyond the imperialist impulses of the established order. Many critics have made solid criticisms of various aspects of Cabral's thought, but, when analyzed objectively, his life work and insurgent intellectual legacy is impressive and awe-inspiring, as is his loyalty to the most radical politics and revolutionary praxis in Africana and world history. His impact and influence has been widespread, not only cutting across academic disciplines, but setting aglow several revolutionary social movements and radical political programs. Where some theorists dogmatically hold views simply because they are fashionable or politically popular, Cabral's work draws from a diverse array of often eclectic and enigmatic sources and, therefore, offers no closed system or absolute truths. Throughout concepts of Cabralism, I have demonstrated time and time again that his thought was constantly epistemically open and routinely responsive to changing historical and cultural conditions, especially in Africa and its diaspora. There are several, sometimes stunning transformations in his critical theory that are in most instances attempts to answer conundrums created by changing socio-political, historical, and cultural conditions. In conclusion, then, I would like to suggest that it is the epistemic openness and consistently non-dogmatic radicalism and revolutionary praxis of Cabral's project, the richness and wide range and reach of his ideas, and the absence of any finished system or closed body of clearly defined truths that can be accepted or rejected at ease, which constitutes both the contemporary philosophical fascination with, and continuing relevance of Amilcar Cabral's radical politics, critical social theory, and revolutionary praxis. Cabral lives and will never die. Cabralism continues. Unity, struggle, progress. This is our beloved homeland. Vidas Cabral e nunca vai morrer. Cabralismo continua. Unidade, luta, progresso. Esta e a nossa pátria bem amada. 302.